for more people. To order, and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Roll call, please.
Certainly. Councilmember Friedman? Here. Councilmember Dominguez, not yet present. Mayor Pro Tem Rouse? Here. Councilmember Hart, not yet present. Councilmember Sneddon? Here. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Here.
And Mayor Murillo?
Here. We have a ceremonial item, Madam Clerk.
Item 1, National Arts and Humanities Month, October 2018.
We're celebrating National Arts and Humanities Month, whereas the month of October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by the White House and Congress for 33 years, and whereas the city acknowledges the vital and vibrant role of artists, performers, and creators in enriching our quality of life while fueling innovation in our local economy. And whereas this month-long celebration honors Santa Barbara's arts organizations and businesses, encouraging residents to explore, participate, and engage in the tremendous diversity of local arts and culture. And whereas city grant programs and initiatives benefit artists and nonprofit arts and culture organizations, representing a successful 35-year partnership with the county and state. And whereas the city proudly supports iconic local cultural events such as the Summer Solstice Celebration, Old Spanish Days, and the Santa Barbara International Film Festival, now therefore I, Mayor Kathy Murillo, do hereby proclaim October 2018 as National Arts and Humanities Month in Santa Barbara and encourage citizens to celebrate, participate, and promote the arts and culture in our community for the betterment of all residents. Thank you. There you go. Well, you can say a few words?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and members of the council. Thank you very much for having us here today. My name is Kai Tepper. I'm the Education Outreach Program Manager for the Santa Barbara Bowl and proud to serve as an Arts Advisory member as well. I had the pleasure of serving as a panelist for the City Arts Grants. And today there's several of the grants recipients here who are excited to briefly say thank you for their support from the city. So again, many thanks, Mayor Murillo and members of the council for your support of the arts.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Kate Schwab. I'm the Marketing and Communications Director for Downtown Santa Barbara. As a member of the Events and Festivals Committee and a grant panelist, I have seen firsthand how the city's Events and Festivals grant benefit the downtown and want to thank you for your continued support of this effort to increase the vitality, the energy, the awesomeness, and the business in the downtown business district. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, my name is Mary Ann Clark, and on behalf of the Libero Theater Foundation, I'd like to thank you for your support of the Events and Festivals program. Without this grant, the Jazz at the Libero series would not exist. It was a grant from Events and Festivals that was seed money for this program that has now been a successful part of our programming for 18 years and has brought people like Dave Brubeck and Charles Lloyd to the Libero stage. It takes a serious investment to bring big names to a small stage, and we could not have done that without you. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rachel Johnson, Madam Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Foundation for Santa Barbara City College, and without this Events and Festivals grants, many of our performing arts programs wouldn't be able to produce the events outside of the classroom that are so important for our dancers and our musicians and other students at Santa Barbara City College. So we thank the council and the city for keeping this kind of funding for these arts programs. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, I'm Christine Hollinger with Ensemble Theater Company, and I'm happy to report that this past weekend we opened our first production of our 40th anniversary season, which is our 5th season at the New Vic. We're grateful to live in a community that values the performing arts. Santa Barbara continues to demonstrate this commitment through the Events and Festivals Grant. With the support of the city grant, ETC has been able to reach out to audiences beyond our local patrons through initiatives such as advantageous list trades, as well as digital marketing to potential tourists searching Santa Barbara as they plan their trips here. The costs associated with such initiatives would be beyond our budget if it were not for the support of the city of Santa Barbara, and we thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor, I'm Mark Sylvester. I'm the executive producer of TEDx Santa Barbara. And last year, when I saw Greg in line, I said, how come Santa Barbara isn't sponsoring our event? And we figured that out. And so I want to say thank you so much. We've been doing this since 2010, but we've moved downtown. We're at the New Vic. That's our home. And we want to showcase the amazing people that are here in Santa Barbara through our TED videos that we produce. We've done 85, and we've had 12.6 million people watch those videos, and they associate with Santa Barbara with great talks. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Anyone else?
If I may step forward, I'm Susan Keller, the founder and artistic director of Santa Barbara Revels. And as wonderful as it is to have support to bring big name talent in from outside, it's equally as important to support local performing arts groups, local performers, and that's what Santa Barbara Revels tries to promote. For 12 years now, we've been doing the Christmas Revels, this year in celebration of an Irish celebration of the winter solstice, and we do events and activities year-round that are free or very low cost for the community to be involved in to celebrate seasonal change and to build community. And if it weren't for the grant that we received from Events and Festivals, which is specifically for events that occur during the low tourist season between October and May, we wouldn't be able to do this. But also as a result of being part of a national organization, there are other people that come into town that know of Revels from other locations and are seeing Santa Barbara for the first time. So it's a win-win situation, and we are very grateful to be the recipient of your generosity and of this very visionary grant-making program. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Casey Caldwell, site manager at the Community Arts Workshop. Thank you for the organizational development grant that we received. As a space that is still young and figuring out the best ways it can serve the community, the stability of the organizational development grant allows us to subsidize and discount the use of the site by all different kinds of community groups. There's a brand new effort to create a Latin American art museum in Santa Barbara that's doing a festival at the Community Arts Workshop, VADA at Santa Barbara High, Summer Solstice Festival. Those are just a few examples of the kinds of programs we're able to discount the use of the site and make it accessible and functional to all kinds of community groups in Santa Barbara. So thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, good.
Hello, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Eric Valinsky. I'm from American Dance and Music Incorporated. I just wanted to express our thanks to all of you and for the ongoing support over about 12 years. We have endeavored to be a performing arts organization that has reached out to our community and have founded ourselves on various events and ways of doing that. And of course, the grants that we were received in organizational development made this possible. But about 2 years ago, we finally realized our dream of being able to open a community dance studio and an educational and performance space called the Dance Hub. And we are just so thrilled about the support that we have gotten from the city of Santa Barbara. We felt that we were fulfilling a need, but now we know we are. So thank you so much for all your help over the years, and especially recently.
Thank you.
Hi.
My name is Rosalina Masisco, the Executive Director of Santa Barbara Dance Institute, and I wanted to thank you so much for your help. We are a recipient of the Organizational Development Grant. And for over 12 years, Santa Barbara Dance Institute has been offering educational dance programs in schools, in smaller organizations on the Lower East Side, and larger ones like Girls Inc. I just wanted to share with you briefly the importance of the role that you have regarding the existence of the arts here in Santa Barbara. Why does it matter if children receive an education in arts? Well, simply put, the arts develop a well-rounded human being, and an arts education creates an opportunity to build socio-emotional skills, including understanding that skill results from practice, failure, and recovery, not just raw talent. There is an overwhelming body of research that shows that the arts excel in developing these skills in children. Skills such as overcoming challenges, resilience, and perseverance. Skills that are critical for creating success in today's rapidly changing world. So over the past 12 years at SBDI, we've conducted many surveys and outside assessments, and more than 85% of students and teachers report improvements in these critical life skills as a direct result of arts education programs. I cannot thank you enough for your financial contribution to keep arts education alive in Santa Barbara and making this important impact in the lives of our children and our future. Thank you.
Thanks. Good.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Cecily Stewart, and I would love to tag on to what Rosalina said. I represent State Street Ballet, but I also was one of those children that received dance instruction. And we were fortunate enough as a company to receive funding to support our Jungle Book Arts Outreach, our interactive outreach performances that will be happening in March. And we're going to have every student in the Santa Barbara School District is the goal from grades 2 through 5 gets to experience an hour of interactive, seeing live dancing on stage, but also standing up and using their bodies. We'll do a study guide for them that the teachers will use in advance. But where I tie into that, along with being a dancer with the company and the director of education and outreach, is I was one of those students that once saw one of these shows and learned in the classroom and followed my passion to become a professional dancer. So it really just takes the one experience, and if we stop giving those experiences, then there's so much to be lost that could have been appreciated by our students. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for making this possible.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Madam Mayor and council members, I'm Julie McLeod. I've been here a long time, been involved in the arts a long, long time, and having founded Art Without Limits, which is based, it's about 10 years old now, and it's based on doing mentorships. And I've done a mentorship with, where'd you go? Cecily, on how to produce dance events. And I was also on the, I believe it was the first Arts Advisory Committee that the council had many years ago. And I just want to say, not just a big heartfelt thank you for keeping all of this going, but how much Santa Barbara is an exemplary arts city, and how the imagination and the creativity that it generates has helped to build who and what Santa Barbara is. And I'm proud to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we good? Congratulations, everyone. What a great way to start the meeting. Mr. Casey, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. This is the public's opportunity to talk to us. We can't really get into a discussion with you, but Holly is in the back of the room, and she will make an appointment with one of us or refer you to staff to answer your questions. Caroline, you're first. Come on up. Everyone has 2 minutes at the mic. John Thomas following her, Kenneth Locke, Eva Catalan, and Diego Lopez following. Caroline's making her way up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Members of the Santa Barbara City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak with you. Last week, the City Council decided to pass a resolution supporting a vote of no on Proposition 6. I respectfully disagree with that decision. A vote of no continues the current gas tax increase. It also blocks the need for voter approval of future increases in gas tax and vehicle registration fees. This allows the Democrat majority in Sacramento far too much power to arbitrarily raise taxes. We all know how expensive it is to live in Santa Barbara and how many times during public comment residents have complained about the high rent and that the City Council should do something to help them be able to continue to live in Santa Barbara. The new gas and car tax hikes can cost a family of 4 more than $500 per year. Keeping the gas tax only makes it more expensive for people to live with low or on fixed incomes to continue to live in Santa Barbara. A resolution to vote no on Proposition 6 makes no sense. Many people in Santa Barbara's workforce dutifully move to less expensive surrounding areas to afford rent, and as a result, have to commute into Santa Barbara for their jobs. A vote of no on Proposition 6 means their commute will now be more expensive. That's not fair, and it hurts Santa Barbara's workforce. The City Council's support of a no vote on Proposition 6 is unfair and illogical. Voters, please think very carefully as you mark your ballots this election. Listen to different perspectives about the issues and thoroughly understand the consequences of what each candidate is proposing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak with you.
Mr. Thomas?
My name is John Thomas, and I just want to thank the City Council for doing an incredible job and being so approachable. I had there's a difficult situation that's taking place in District 1 in which I live. And Jason just welcomed me into his office, and we're coming up and brainstorming with a whole bunch of solutions. And being in a city, I come from Chicago, I don't get to go talk to the mayor. And the fact that I get to talk to the mayor on a regular basis, and I consider him my friend, I just want to thank you and applaud you for all the hard work and all the different things that you do. And you put your heart and soul and all of you in this community. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Locke?
My name is Kenneth Locke. I don't think any of the arts folks mentioned anything about painting. And the idea, I'm a painter, and when it comes to being interdisciplinary through the arts, it's really important to recognize the painting. And then through the works of Jackson Pollock, I'm not sure if everybody's aware of Jackson Pollock, through history we can understand the evolution of abstract expressionism in relation to Jackson Pollock's ability to dance while he painted. And who I represented, I'm claiming to be the painter who came after Jackson Pollock, became kind of spiritually enlightened to how painting's a spiritual practice. And then with that, then we can understand dancing as a spiritual practice or metaphysical practice. Kind of goes into the unconscious type of situation. And music, dance, and painting, interdisciplinary. So the idea is I'm figuring for the 21st century with, the 20th century, we're supposed to come into this interdisciplinary perspective where the kids should be diverse in all the fine art forms and reach their full potential. Again, Kenneth Locke, I've been here for the most part of 20 years, and I've offered my services to the community, which have not been embraced. I'm also an athlete through the means of tennis that I'm working on explaining the basis of how tennis is an exercise. And when you exercise, there's no reason why you should not develop your whole body. And it turns out that we've been confused with sports. Turns out that sports competition, it's not really a healthy exercise because you're only developing one side of your body type of thing. I'm hoping to bring light to that. Most likely I'll speak before the school board this evening and do a public comment. Thank you.
Thanks. Ava Catalan and Diego Lopez? You'll be followed by Lynn Goebel, and then Mark Marshall Wofford, Anna Marie Gott. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Eva Catalan, and I'm the youth organizer for Future Leaders of America. And I am here today with one of my students, Diego Lopez, who will be speaking on the behalf of my Flama group. We are here to support the alcohol licensing policies that you're addressing. We are concerned about all the alcohol available in our youth and hope that stronger...
Ms. Catalan,
Yeah.
because that's on our agenda,
Yes.
you can talk about it when that item comes up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware of that.
This is for the public comment of things not on the agenda. I hope you can stay.
Yeah. Well,
Good.
Can my student at least read our letter that the students wrote for you guys?
When the time is right.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so good. Have a seat and you
Okay.
can,
Okay.
so we welcome you to stay. Thank you. Lynn Goebel.
Madam Mayor, council members, my friend Lizzie Rodriguez said over the weekend via message, Lynn, why are you resigning from the Rental Housing Mediation Board? And I
Yes.
thought, well, how does she know? And then I realized as I was looking at the agenda today for council that I'm actually on there as a notice. So I hate to take up even more of your time and even make a mention in the agenda, but I am resigning after 10 years because I just got to musing and thinking I don't think I have anything more to give. And, I don't want to be one of those people that says, well, this is the way we've always done it. I'm not going anywhere. I merely updated my resume to apply for other city advisory boards. And so you'll see me again at the interviews. But I sincerely commend the work of the Rental Housing Mediation Board and also Andrea Buffano and Joel Estrada in the office. Mayor Maria, when she was the council liaison, she came to the meetings. Other council members did not. Mr. Gutierrez is now coming. My mom worries that I volunteer too much. And so I say to her, well, you and Dad shouldn't have instilled a spirit of service and volunteerism, but I am who I am. And thankfully, she lives up in the North Bay, so I can get away with a lot of things. And in fact, I volunteer as part of Project Outreach with Legal Aid, and I do a walk-in clinic in Goleta Valley Community Center every Wednesday. And there's a lot of monolingual or primarily Spanish-speaking individuals, and so I've now enrolled in the Associate of Arts degree program at Santa Barbara City College to try and become bilingual. Good. So because I also have my bachelor's from UCSB, go Gauchos, and I also have a Juris Doctorate, I'm pleased to report that almost all of my general education is fulfilled in that degree requirement, except for a biology lab, which continues to remind me weekly why I'm an attorney and not a biologist. But thank you so much for letting me serve. I'm not going away. I want to be of service in other ways, and you'll see me around. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for those 10 years. Thanks. So Mark Marshall Wofford, are you here? Here it comes. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name's Mark Marshall Wofford. Just want you guys to know I've worked hard in this town all my life since I was just a little guy. From working in the grocery business here on Pamu and Chapala for a number of years, the county bowl, the courthouse, doing maintenance, a lot of good things throughout the community. I worked for the Surfrider Foundation, the YMCA as well, and I do support anything to do with the summer solstice and that county bowl. Reason being, I partake in a lot of those things, including picking up a lot of stuff after the parades and summer solstice and all that stuff. And but to get back to the agenda is that PATH place. I'd like you guys to check into that and housing. I really would appreciate if you guys can help me out. And thank you all very much. Okay, and you see me again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Scott, Mr. Miranda is giving you his time, and Sharon Peterson, are you here?
I don't know how to operate this.
Ms. Peterson, I see you. Okay, so that's 6 minutes, if you need it all.
I'm here, good afternoon. I'm here today to talk about procedures, staff competency, and training. I would like to take you guys to take a look at the memorandum that was put up here, Council Resolution 05091. That was used to go ahead and schedule the agenda today for the alcohol licensing for new restaurants. Can you see what it actually 05091 is? Vacating and abandoning a certain unused water line easement located on Foothill. Who wrote that, and how in the world did a mistake like this happen? I'll tell you how it happens. It's because people do not dot their I's and they do not cross their T's. We have a lot of incompetence at the city. It's in virtually every department, and today it's on show here. Yesterday, it was at the ABR. It was also at the ABR on the 24th of September. I went to that meeting because they had an ABR guideline discussion, and then they also went ahead and talked about 711 North Milpas. They're wanting to put a big AUD project there, and there's been a lot of controversy. One of the city attorneys came in and actually helped with that particular discussion. It was the Ms. Ostringer. She addressed the board regarding something called a substantial conformance determination for a proposed project that had changes to the substantial conformance, and she basically said the ABR was not allowed to make any changes to it. Well, there's this little thing called the Brown Act. There is this little thing called straw vote, which doesn't actually mean that there was an actual vote. It was taking the temperature of the board. How did they feel about it at that time? They did not make a decision because guess what? In the final approval of anything in front of ABR, that is when a substantial conformance determination is made. It's not made before, especially when there is an item on the agenda for comments only. You're not supposed to be making decisions then. You can take the temperature of the board and take a poll, but you can't make a formal decision. We have some problems with how your boards are being run. And staff, including the city attorney, came in and told the ABR that they had made a final decision and it could not be undone. Multiple staff members have told the ABR that, but it's not true. When you have disinformation being presented at boards, to the boards, who are supposed to be given the correct information, that means your city isn't being run correctly. Disinformation to residents on how to get a permit. That's a problem, and that happens a lot. It has to do with a lack of adequate training. It has to do with a lack of accountability. It has to do with a lack of following the rules. Obviously, Councilmember Friedman and Councilmember Stetten, they didn't get training, or they wouldn't be trying to schedule an alcohol ordinance discussion using a resolution about going ahead and vacating an abandoned, unused water line easement. But guess what? I understand that's a typo, because it actually should have been something else. It should have said Resolution 15091. That's what it should have been. There needed to be a 1 in front of it. But the question is, who received that memo and looked at it and then checked the resolutions to see if that was the proper one being used and what it said? No one is dotting the I's or crossing the T's. That's a problem. And there's another problem. You wandered around and looked through the AIA tour this weekend. A lot of you did. Did anyone go to the one at 522 Garden, right next to the planning department on Garden Street? If you had, you would have known that that was an AUD project and that the bottom floors had been turned into short-term vacation rentals. You would have also realized that the 2 AUD units had signs on the doors instructing the guests at 522 Garden Street to call turnkey vacation rental, because that is still being operated as an illegal short-term vacation rental, both AUD units, both of them. Has that been shut down since it's been opened? The answer is no. because your processes in the enforcement department don't work and your fines are not enough. You need to revise how you actually have people enforce, and you need to revise the fines. That is the only way you will ever bring any of these illegal short-term vacation rentals
Time
back
is up,
into
Ms.
the housing
Bott.
supply.
Cecily
Thank you.
Stewart is next. State Street Ballet, I guess she was part of the arts group. Michael Baker, you are our final speaker, Mr. Baker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Baker, CEO for United Boys and Girls Clubs. Just wanted to, I really came here to thank you because a couple things. One is our gold card ceremony has been set for November 20th, so we're really excited about that. This will be the highest attended gold card ceremony we've ever had at a city council meeting. We're looking at anywhere upwards of 60 kids going to be receiving their gold cards for the Boys and Girls Club. And as a reminder, those are children that have attended the Boys and Girls Club at least 105 days this calendar year. And we know from national studies that a child that attends a Boys and Girls Club 105 days or more in the same calendar year is twice as likely to graduate high school on time and twice as likely to lead a healthy lifestyle. So I wanted to come here and thank you for your support of after-school programs like the Boys and Girls Clubs, and want to encourage you to come down and see our program in action any day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That closes public comment. We have the consent calendar next. Ms. Gorman, anything to read?
Yes. Item 2, introduction of an ordinance for a lease agreement with Santa Barbara Fuel Dock Incorporated. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the waterfront director to execute a lease agreement with Santa Barbara Fuel Dock Incorporated, a California corporation, to operate the fuel dock facility in Santa Barbara Harbor for a term of 5 years with 3 5-year options commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 4, approval of a resolution authorizing the submittal of applications for Cal Recycle grants. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing submittal of applications for all Cal Recycle grants for which the city of Santa Barbara is eligible. And item 5, records destruction for finance department. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the finance department in the accounting administration, general services, environmental services, risk management, and treasury divisions.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, you have an item to pull?
I wanted to check in first if I need to pull item 2 because I wasn't present.
A correction to one of the minutes?
It's
you
not a
need to
correction,
vote
but
separately?
2016. Do we vote on minutes that we weren't present for?
Madam Mayor, there's all you're doing is attesting that they're accurate. You can, if you weren't there, you can vote.
I don't need to pull it then.
Okay. So we'll vote all together? Okay. Anything else? So if there's no further objection, we'll waive further reading. I'll entertain a motion to move the consent calendar from Friedman and Hart. All in favor? Aye. That looked unanimous. Ms. Gorman? And we need a report from the Ordinance Committee, please. Ms. Sneddon.
Yes, thank you. So Ordinance Committee just met to unanimously recommend bringing back to Council Westmont's college-specific plan amendment for affordable housing. So that will come back to the full Council.
Very good. We'll move on to the next item, number 10. Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Item 10, introduction of ordinance restricting the use of plastic beverage straws and plastic stirrers and the distribution of plastic cutlery within the city of Santa Barbara. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Title 9 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Public Peace and Safety, to add Chapter 9.165 to regulate plastic beverage straws, stirrers, and cutlery.
Very good. Ms. Irely?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Clerk, if we could have the up on the screen. Thank you. Renee Irely, Environmental Services Manager, and I am here today to talk about the proposed ordinance for restricting plastic straws and stirrers and requiring cutlery to be on demand here in the city of Santa Barbara. Today I will go through. I think I will go through. There we go. Okay. So I will give you a brief background, sort of how we have evolved here over the last year, talk a little bit about what's happening around the state, locally and at the state level, around the issue, and then go through the modifications that we've made to the ordinance around the regulated activities, the exemptions, and the enforcement. So we first brought this issue forward to the Sustainability Committee a year ago, last October, and at that time we were discussing the option of bringing on-demand straws and cutlery issue forward for the city of Santa Barbara. Through subsequent conversations at the Ordinance Committee, we drafted ban language for the items themselves and spent the spring and summer doing outreach to the respective community here within the city. When we brought the draft forward in July, we were requested to make a couple of modifications to that, including putting stirs in the ban section as well. So we have taken it back to the Ordinance Committee in September, and we'll bring you forward here today that modified language as discussed at the Ordinance Committee on September 11th. During the summer, you may recall there was some additional attention around the issue of straws and their regulation nationally, partly triggered by Starbucks making the announcement that they were phasing out straws at all of their locations. And so it helped to garner national attention around the issue. And then there was also some concern around some misunderstanding about how local ordinance work in terms of enforcement. And while we also had already included language in our ordinance about medical exemptions, the additional time between July and September allowed us to work more with the medical and assisted living community to get more input on that language as well. So around the state, I'd just like to say that generally the straw campaigns like single-use bags before it are about pointing out the prevalence of single-use plastics generally. I mean, it's a way to raise awareness about how we live our lives and to encourage behavior and potentially manufacturing changes. And to that end, we are starting to see local communities, particularly here in California, make ordinance changes to regulate the materials. And I'll talk about those in just a minute. In addition, 2 weeks ago, the governor signed AB 1884, which is a statewide legislation that will be requiring, by request only, plastic straws at full-service restaurants. So it's restrictive. It's a good start, but it does not address any of the takeout use of straws as well. And then here around the state, to your left on this slide, this table is the 9 cities in California so far that have restricted use of plastic straws. They've approved the ordinances. Some of them won't go in effect until the first of the year. Of the 9, 6 cities have banned them outright, and the other 3 have the upon request language. In addition, there's another 6 cities, that's the table on the right, that are right now considering either bans or at least on-demand restrictions as well. So it is definitely gaining momentum around the state. So I'll spend the rest of the time with the presentation updating the discussion around the changes in the language. First of all, the simplest one was to move the stirs over into the banned language along with the plastic straws. In addition, since we were continuing this conversation, we changed the enactment date to July 1st, 2019. Rather than January 1st, which is where the expanded polystyrene ordinance will take effect. we kept the cutlery language in the ordinance, and it remains the same. It's by request, and that any beverage or food provider should either ask first, and/or the customer can must request to have the inclusion of the plastic cutlery. And then in the exemptions section, overall we simplified the language somewhat, just to consolidate the way that it read just a little bit more elegantly. And in addition, based on recommendation both of council and the ordinance committee, we did make it clear that there would be like a one-time only 1-year exemption for the plastic straws. And so that will also be consistent with the expanded polystyrene ordinance as well. And this will be a process, a very simple form process that a business can submit to the finance director, and then we can approve that either in whole or in part for 1 year.
Question at this point, Ms. Irely,
Yes.
from Ms. Sneddon.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to clarify and be sure. So it's in the language here, and it was in the original language, but it's not in the language. It's a strike through, that sentence, in what we have in our staff report. So I just want to be very clear that what we're considering has the 1 year.
We'll include the 1 year exemption.
Is that
Mr.
correct?
Kalan?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, we have a memo at your places that makes that change.
Okay, thank you. So we're following this. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. In addition, in the original ordinance, we had exemptions for either public safety and medical language. This section 050B2 and D3. Again, in our subsequent conversations over the last couple of months, we did end up simplifying this language somewhat, and with the discussions with the independent living community in particular, to make it clear that plastic straws would be available by request at any restaurant or beverage provider here in the city, and that they would be available for free, that they cannot be sold to them as an additional product. And that also this is intended for public distribution, again, at a food or beverage provider. So a private facility is not subject to the ordinance. And then finally, around enforcement. In July, the older version of the ordinance did reference back to standard code language. And while it was never the intent to have any first or any really violations end up to be criminally targeted, there was some misunderstanding around that. I would also like to say it's extremely rare for trash and recycling violations to escalate to fines, much less anything more stringent. We, rely and have great success on our waste reduction team generally around education. I think the single-use bag ban is a great example where we rolled out that ordinance without a single citation. That being said, we did modify the language in this ordinance that you have in front of you today. And in the event that education through the waste reduction staff is not sufficient, our code enforcement officer will have the ability to issue a warning notice, which the intent would be to make sure that clarify their understanding of the ordinance and its intent. In the event that a food or beverage provider is still not complying with the ordinance, we would have the ability to issue administrative fines, which we do now, which range from $100 to $250. But we removed all of the criminal language from the ordinance and its reference. And so with that, we'd like to propose to introduce and adopt the ordinance that you have in front of you today, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for staff? We have some public comment speaker slips. I don't see any lights, so we'll go to public comment. Thanks. Danny Anderson, you're first. Executive Director, the Independent Living Resource Center. Hillary Hauser after her, Penny Owens, and then Kathy King. Welcome, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you very much. I would first like to thank the city for ensuring the disability exemption in the straw restriction ordinance. It would be preferred that the city try out AB 1884 and the large provider alternate straw plans first. However, if the city does in fact decide to go with this level of restriction, there's a missing piece which I would just like to advocate for today. There's a need for further written clarification that the penalties and enforcement are not only for providing straws inappropriately, but for not having straws for those of us who need them too. It is our concern that food and beverage providers will simply stop buying straws and therefore will not have them available for individuals with disabilities when requested. When I brought this up at the ordinance meeting, I was told that individuals with disabilities would need to file an ADA lawsuit in these cases, which is an undue hardship, and that we can work together with for an education campaign with the city's outreach waste team. Sorry if I got their title incorrect. And while we appreciate the partnership of the latter option, I would request that the penalty be clearer in including the necessity of having straws available as a reasonable accommodation. As a piece of community education, individuals with disabilities have had to fight for every accommodation we've ever needed. Many of us require straws to be able to drink. During this process, we've been bullied on social media, being told to stop complaining, to use reusable straws, or to bring our own. To set the record straight, if I can't lift a cup to take a sip, I probably can't keep a reusable straw clean for a whole day. And telling us to bring our own straws is like telling us to carry ramps around with us. It's unacceptable and against the ADA. Please use your power to ensure the ordinance protects both the environment and your residents with disabilities by adding more language to ensure food and beverage providers have some sort of straw available for those of us who need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hauser?
Madam Mayor Murillo, members of the City Council, thank you. I'm Hillary Hauser from Healiocean. And Councilmember Sneddon answered what we're concerned about, but I'm triple checking about the exemption. I didn't see in the clean copy, but on page 7 of the redacted copy, B1, on page 8, I would really like to see this language put back in that up to 1 year. If the food provider can apply for an exemption, but there has to be a limit, especially on styrofoam, especially on, we don't really want to be re-upping the use of plastic and stirrers, all of it, but mainly the styrofoam. I would like to see the 1 year put back in. No? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. That was my concern.
Thanks. Ms. Owens?
Thanks, Mayor, council members. Penny Owens with Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. First of all, Channel Keeper would like to again thank the council and city staff for all their hard work developing this plastic straw, stir, and utensil ordinance over the past year. And thank you also for being a leader to reduce single-use plastic pollution, even when misinformation was being spread. It seems like every week there's a new scientific study highlighting the relentless spread of plastic pollution in its various forms. Policies like this proposed ordinance are a critical tool to help our communities reduce disposable plastic, and particularly plastics that are not recyclable. And they will also help to continue conversation about other ways that we can and must reduce our disposable plastic use. The proposed ordinance will also be an important tool to help the city meet its stormwater permit requirements to reach compliance with the state's zero trash policy. So as we've mentioned before, Channel Keepers out in the community, we're happy to assist with education and outreach efforts ahead of this ordinance. And we just therefore strongly urge you today to support the plastic straw, stir, and cutlery ordinance to protect our creeks, beaches, and ocean and stem the tide of single-use plastic pollution. We look forward to finding fewer and fewer of these single-use plastic items in our creeks and on our beaches. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. King, you're our final speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Kathy King, Director of Outreach and Education at the Community Environmental Council. We support the ordinance as written. We appreciate the care that you and your staff have taken to revise the enforcement and penalties language and to make sure that anyone with a special need is provided with a straw. We also support the continued allowance of retail sales of this product. It's interesting to reflect that plastic straws have only been around since the 1960s. There is currently a surge in paper straw manufacturing in response to huge demand as city governments and large corporations like airlines, cruise lines, and retailers like Starbucks switch back to paper. The quality and economy of scale will only continue to improve as the movement away from single-use plastics grows. It's important to note also that this week marks a new report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The news is not good. To keep warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need immediate social and technological change. The city's goal of 100% renewable electricity by 2030 and the interim steps of reducing dependence on fossil fuels is the kind of leadership that is needed across the globe. And the smaller actions do add up. The more we connect the dots from straws to food waste to transportation, the easier it will be for people to make the necessary changes. This law will serve as a single-use plastics reduction model for the rest of our region. CEC and Channel Keeper will continue our advocacy across the county. Thank you for your continued leadership.
All right. Thank you for your leadership. So that closes public comment. Oh, Ms. Sneddon, did you have a question for Ms. King? Okay, go ahead then.
I'm just wondering if, because we have the memorandums up here with the new language, I'm wondering if we can either put it up on a screen or read it into the record so that we are very clear that the language has reverted back to what it was before the last ordinance committee.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to read it into the record. Excuse me. I have a limited motion here.
And while that's getting ready, to also confirm that there's been no change to the polystyrene ordinance, that this language has not been changed in that ordinance from before.
Okay. So I apologize again. The memo at your place is dated today, includes the language that was inadvertently stricken out on page 8 that reads, from the requirements set forth in section 9165030A for up to 1 year, if the food provider or beverage provider applies for an exemption from the city finance director showing in writing that this chapter would create an undue hardship or practical difficulty as evidenced by no alternatives being available or such alternatives not affordable to the food provider or beverage provider. So that makes it very clear that the 1 year restriction is there. We simply intended to implement that through the director's regulations. We weren't trying to not do it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then I'd like to make a motion to pass the ordinance with the addition of the added language for ADA compliance that straws need to be provided if no. Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, we have not looked at whether we can compel somebody to provide straws. That's what was being asked. This ordinance creates limitations on when they can be provided. I'm not prepared to advise you on whether we can force somebody to provide straws without further research.
Okay. In that case, I will just make my motion to pass the ordinance.
That was seconded by Councilmember Hart. Thank you. Mr. Dominguez and then Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question about the ordinance 9165030, the part that applies to city. Let me scroll back here. Part C. It shall be unlawful for any person, food provider, or beverage provider to distribute plastic beverage straws or stirrers at any city facility or any city-sponsored event So is there an exception to this for the ADA? Because it's not in 030, so I'm guessing there may be somewhere else that refers back to exempt those situations.
So,
Is that a question
thank
for
you,
you,
Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
Ireland?
And Councilmember Dominguez. Yes, for city facilities or city-sponsored events, we would still provide plastic straws for those needing additional accommodation.
So where does it say that in this ordinance, the way it's drafted?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dominguez, the exemptions apply to all food providers or beverage providers. They don't seem to depend on the location.
So the language says it shall be unlawful for any person, comma, food provider or beverage provider. So any person seems pretty broad. Like that's going to cover not just food provider or beverage provider, but anyone who distributes plastic straws at any city facility or city-sponsored event.
Food and beverage providers would be able to apply for the appropriate exemptions.
But anyone not, like a city employee who's handing out food at like a city picnic?
Yes, you're correct. So this would apply not just to food or beverage providers, but to any other person as well.
So do you want to strike the any person part to make it just unlawful for food providers or beverage providers? Because then I'm guessing the exemption you've talked about. And could you tell me where exactly the exemption would be that would apply to someone who served in an ADA context at the city event? Is it the 050 exemptions language? Is that the...
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dominguez, yes, 9165, 050, B as in Bravo, 1 and 2, lay out the substantive exemptions, and then C authorizes the finance director to create regulations, and it includes in D the ADA compliance language that allows a food or beverage provider to do what they need to do to assure full compliance is the language with the ADA.
So could we add into section 3 there in 050, any person, comma, food provider or beverage provider, just to make that language parallel to the city section? Because I'm imagining you want the ADA defense to be open to any person who inadvertently violates these rules trying to serve this community.
I'd want to take a look at it. I'm sorry, I don't want to add or remove persons without looking at it. This is the first time that I've thought about the consequence of that. I don't see a problem with it, though, off the top. So if you want to remove that, the council can.
Or you can vote against it if you don't like how it's written, Mr. Dominguez. Any other questions or comments? Actually, we're in deliberation
So
as well. Yeah.
the last page 11, where it talks about each and every piece provided in this violation shall constitute a separate violation of this chapter and a continuing nuisance. So what is when it says this chapter, is this chapter 9?
No, it would be 9165.
And so then what's the penalty for violating chapter 9165?
It's laid out in 9165-060. And the principal direction from the ordinance committee was the bold on page 10 that the chapter shall not be criminally enforceable.
So then what is the enforcement?
Administrative penalties that the council has, which are a civil remedy, and they're established by the council pursuant to ordinance. They're if not universal, close to universal across California, because the criminal courts are really not well suited to cleaning up the kind of code violations we often have to deal with.
So the first violation's a written warning, and then the second and successive violations are civil administrative fines?
Correct. Discretion, of course. There may be instances where there's a second violation that a penalty is not written, but the idea was that no one would have a first contact and walk away with a fine without being first given informational materials and a chance to understand what was required of them.
Okay. And then what's the civil fine schedule? What's the maximums?
That's one I always look at, believe it or not.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dominguez, it's escalate. It's $100 to $250.
Okay. And that's for every piece, potentially? So if someone hands out 10 straws, that's going to be potentially one of those fines for every 10?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dominguez, yes. When we appeared before the Ordinance Committee, we had left in the criminal penalties, but restricted them to situations where there were, quote, big violations. And the point I tried to make was that we don't know whether we are going to be dealing with an innocent vendor who gives out one straw, or whether we're going to have Lime bikes dumping 10,000 straws. So we wanted to have remedies that would make the ordinance usable in all of its possible contexts. The Ordinance Committee understood that rationale, but felt more comfortable taking the criminal penalties out altogether. So what we would do if we had an unusual big problem is use civil nuisance abatement, and this allows it without criminal penalty.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, when Ms. Owens, Hauser, King went forward along with staff, and they went out and they talked to our community, they talked about to people who actually use these things in their day-to-day businesses and sold these things, purveyed straws. They were asking for cooperation and voluntary, on request only. They got immediate and complete response. Mission was accomplished, basically. And now we've come back and we've complicated things. We've complicated to the point where we've wasted an amazing amount, an embarrassing amount of staff time, resources. And today, after all the readings, after all we've come back to, we're still asking questions. The disabled community has some serious questions. And I think Ms. Anderson made a wonderful point about 1884, which is basically now a state law going into effect, signed by the governor, that these things will be on request only. This is not even answering the question about ocean-bound plastic. There are so many other materials involved. This is, as Ms. King put forward one time, and said, this is the thing we could grab with people. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is the thing we get attention. Absolutely correct, and it did. And the response was from the business community immediate and effective. The response was to the community immediate and effective. Customers don't want a straw. Customers are on board. This thing was accomplished through leadership and communication. We're trying to dictate. We're trying to dictate through a law. I don't know what the purpose of that is. Mission has been accomplished. It's so hard, it's so frustrating to sit up here and listen to the different versions and the strikeout versions and the new memos and the amount of time staff and our attorneys have spent trying to parse this law, which really does so little. Yeah, it singles our virtue. We did something along with 9 other communities in the state that have gone through the same process, no doubt. But in fact, the real practice, the real use, the real appearance of these things in the environment is going to be diminished through public action, public communication. We passed a law about smoking cigarettes. You can't smoke cigarettes in public or on the beach. And what do we find every time we do beach cleanup more than anything is cigarette butts? The law didn't do that. It didn't accomplish what it set out to do. So nobody on either side of the argument agrees that straws are a good thing in a marine environment or in a creek environment. We all agree on that. We're all participating to change that habit, to change the way we live. We're all pressuring people who purvey straws or use straws in the presentation of their product not to use them. That's teamwork. That's the community. That's the kind of thing that comes from leadership. Laws do not create leadership. Laws create laws. They create a lot of expensive staff time. I'm a little embarrassed by the fact we're here right now. And Madam Mayor, all due respect, I'm going to propose a substitute motion that we set aside this ordinance and go with the state law of 1884. And that's a motion.
I don't hear a second.
On the sound of one hand clapping, okay, doke.
And we respect if you don't vote for the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you.
So thanks. Mr. Friedman.
So I'm going to be supporting the motion today. Dr. Sylvia Earle, who I've talked about previously, I think on this issue, a pioneering oceanographer, said that many of us ask, what can I, as one person, do? But history shows us that everything good and bad starts because everybody does something or does not do something. Well, today we're here to do something, and the timing is quite striking. I think Ms. King noted that this week we had news that the climate change is exacerbating in 2030, which is basically tomorrow. There's a lot of changes that are going to be taking place, and now is the time to act. And this goes along with the amount of plastics that are in our ocean. And in 2030, my kids are going to be entering their 20s. They'll be recent graduates of the University of Notre Dame. And there are days I fear for their future. I fear for the future of the environment that they're going to be inheriting as they go forward, because they were born in the early 2000s, and they're going to be here when a lot of these projections are expected to get really bad around the globe. And I also fear for the discourse that we have in our country on a lot of issues, the political discourse that's going forward, that's going to need to be more civil. I'm not talking about this in particular among our council, but just in general, to really address these issues. And these fears are evidenced by the insane national media misinformation, as well as op-eds from not one but two council members on this issue, all of which made me feel like I was living in an episode of Black Mirror, or for old-timers, The Twilight Zone. Although Councilmember Rouse and I disagree on this, I appreciate the very valid points he makes, and I actually agree with what he's saying, because there are other issues that are going to come forward, plastic bottles, but they're different than straws, and we're not going to be able to ban our way out of this. And I think going forward on these issues, we really need to listen to what Councilmember Rouse is saying. It's very important, and I'm glad that you raised these issues, and I'm actually appreciate you. I take it you're going to be voting against this because I think it shows that going forward we're going to really have to grapple with these issues, and you provide a very important perspective, and I thank you for that. However, the straw is unique, and it is symbolic in many senses, but on the same hand, we are Santa Barbara, and we pride ourselves on our legacy of environmental stewardship and policy, and when we act, others listen. The silver lining in all this brouhaha is that the issue of plastic straws became a national conversation out of our actions, and the level of awareness about their impacts was raised. So other communities started having those conversations, and many will maybe go upon request only in areas outside of California. So I think that's a net positive overall, just to have that conversation. And in and of itself, that was an accomplishment. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion as well to protect our marine environment, and I will vote with a strong message to the community to provide straws as needed to our community of disabled people. So people with disabilities, excuse me. So thanks. Your light is still on purpose, or?
Sorry, I have one more question.
We're getting ready to vote. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm not going to interfere with the vote. And this is just another legal technical question on 040. This is the exemption language, and it gives two examples. I'm sorry, it's 050, the financial hardship, when it would create an undue hardship or practical difficulties such as, I'm assuming the such as, these are just two of many examples, when no alternatives are available, or when such alternatives are not economically feasible. And then in the next sentence it says they should provide this in writing, that it would create an undue hardship or practical difficulties as evidenced by no alternatives or no such alternatives. So it seems like it locks whoever's trying to get the exemption into these two. So I don't know if you wanted to insert such as in there again, or just let them kind of sort it out?
Thank you, Mr. Kwan.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, and just to make sure I understand, the question that Councilmember Dominguez is raising is whether the undue hardship and practical difficulty language is restrictive in the way it's written. And so the choice for the council is to make it an exemplary list that can be added to with the discretion of the finance director, or an exclusive list, which is only those two things. I assumed that the council intended to have it be an exemplary list, not an exclusive list, so that other hardships could be addressed. So honestly, as I was reading it, the or practical difficulty as evidenced was a standalone phrase, and any undue hardship could be used as a basis for the exemption. So what I am saying is that the affordability or lack of alternatives goes to practical difficulty, not undue hardship. Okay?
So they could submit their request in writing with a different reason?
Right.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon, you have a comment or no?
Thank you. Yeah, just a brief comment, I think, in response to some other comments. What makes plastic straws and stirrers different from bottle caps or other items is that they're not truly recyclable. They're petroleum-based products. They can't go through the regular recycling process. They are effectively trash. And so it is a low-hanging fruit. There are already alternatives that are available. So even the hardship of if it wasn't practical or not possible, there already are alternatives that are being used. And I do believe in our business community and in our community in general to be able to rise to the occasion. And with polystyrene, they absolutely did. And we're just getting ahead of it on this one. And I do see plastic straws and stirrers differently. I would like to see this as just the beginning, not the end of what it is that we're looking at. I know, Councilmember Rouse. And to that, I'm proud that we added in stirrers on top of the plastic straws, because there are already alternatives. This is just putting into place what we already know, and I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Hart.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councilmember Sneddon's comments and appreciate Councilmember Rouse's perspective. I think that it is challenging trying to figure out the balance point between regulations and leadership and voluntary compliance. We are challenged by that on every issue that we take up. And I, look at that very carefully, seriously, issue by issue. We're going to have a conversation on this agenda later about whether we should intercede in regards to alcohol regulation. And I do appreciate what you were saying, Councilman Rouse, about us being careful about that and being judicious. But in this instance, I do think, as Councilmember Sneddon described and others have said, that being aggressive and putting our mark out there in a place to encourage citizens to think harder about this issue, and not just in regards to stirrers and straws, but regards to single-use plastic material in our lives, and to try and do our best and push beyond what the marketplace would provide for us to make it life convenient, to think about the consequences of that. And as Ms. King described, the most recent report from on climate change is sobering and serious and requires more diligent, aggressive actions at the local level. If our national government isn't going to be there to help us, then we could have imagined needing. And that is why we're doing that, and that's important to do.
Very good. We'll take a roll call vote if all of our discussion is concluded. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Rouse?
No.
Councilmember Hart?
Aye.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo?
Aye. That's 6-1 with Mr. Rouse dissenting. And with thanks to the public and everyone else following this issue, we'll close this item. Thank you. Thank you. And number 11 is our next from our library department. What's that?
Item 11, agreement for construction staging with the Santa Barbara Museum of Art.
Very good. Ms. Cadiente, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo, City Council. I'm Jessica Cadiente, Library Director. I have with me from the City Attorney's Office, John Doimus, as well as from Public Works, Mike Wilshire is here to answer questions. We are here to discuss the agreement for staging on library property with the Santa Barbara Museum of Art. This will be a brief presentation where we will review the original agreement, highlights of the amended agreement, an update on the Library Plaza progress, and then discuss the recommended action on the agreement. To orientate the council, we've provided the premises map, so we are all talking about the same area. This purple demarcated line is the impacted area of the library property. This is Anapamu Street here, so Upper Plaza is this entire area here is completely gated off at this time. This would be where the oaks are and the grass area here, and then the fountains. This is the paseo that would create access from Anapamu through Lower Plaza that is currently closed to La Arcata businesses. Lower Plaza parking area and then Library Avenue, they are not blocked off, but they are impacted with the staging agreement because of the required construction deliveries and things of that sort. So the library, or the City of Santa Barbara, entered into an agreement to allow the Museum of Art to stage on library property in 2016. That agreement was a 2-year agreement. There was no remuneration to the city for the use of the space, so they did receive 2 years at no cost. The agreement did require restoration to the original condition of the plaza property, and then also required paseo access during the construction moratorium for the city between 5 p.m. and 7 a.m. So any other time the access was not required within the original agreement. And then a summary of the negotiated amendments to the agreement is moving to a 1-year agreement that would expire August 17th of 2019, and then would revert to a month-to-month. And then expanding the restoration of city property to include any damage done to Library Avenue because of the deliveries and construction-related vehicles. And then also including a $50,000 donation to the library for the Library Plaza project. And then we're asking that the paseo access be required as much as possible. And then we're also allowing for a demolition of these planters so that they can continue the work along the side of their property. And then just a brief update on Library Plaza. Again, July 1st, we did receive a $500,000 allocation to continue the project, and we've been busy at work. We have developed RFP, reviewed it, and we'll hope to go to council this month with the Public Works Department to award the design for the final design contract. And then we'll be doing that design work over the months of October and February, and hopeful that we'll have construction-ready documents to pull a permit later in March. So for discussion today, we have the agreement as presented to you, asking to allow the library director to execute a 1-year amendment to that agreement, or recommend any alternatives to the amendment of that agreement.
I'll start with the question. So Library Avenue is the pathway that's between the library and the parking structure? Do I have that right?
Mayor Maria, that is correct. Here,
So
you can see the parking lot here. This is library parking lot on this side, and then across the street on Anapamu would be the Granada.
Okay. And I'm sorry,
of the Library Avenue is right here.
And one of the provisions is to repair any of that got...
Madam Mayor, that is correct. Within the amendment for this next year agreement, that is in there.
Okay. We have public speaker slips, but we're still in the question phase. I don't see any lights. So a good presentation then. Douglas Campbell, you'll be first, followed by Joan Young, Chair of our Library Advisory Board, Sharon Hoshida, and Milt Hess. Welcome, Mr.
Madam
Campbell.
Mayor, council members. I especially appreciate being here today, having the preface of that wonderful presentation by the arts community. Relevant and reflective of the soul, perhaps, and great part of this project, as well as obviously the presence of the librarian. I'm Doug Campbell, Campbell & Campbell. I, along with my partner Regula Campbell, are the designers of this project. Honored to have been involved since its inception in 2010. The process, as you remember, and many of you took part, was an extraordinary, breathtaking expression of not more than consensus, of common ground, in reflecting, anticipating, and in many ways carrying forward the many roles that the library, in its largest sense, fulfills. The library, as the current library mission states, is really becoming the public square, the common ground for the community. It also is obviously physically and spiritually the crossroads and the vital heart of the Culture and Arts District. Now, this letter, of course, my remarks are in support of taking this forward as quickly, as freeing the site as quickly as possible in order to implement this design as approved by the city. Now, the design represents all these many, many, many different roles. I just wanted to reiterate, enhances the mission of the library, and also related venue for many public and private events which will reinforce this. And the last thing I'll say, Madam Mayor,
real quick,
2 more seconds, is that it will help with all the initiatives going forward in terms of the revitalization of downtown, but also a new growing role as the heart and touchstone for a growing residential community.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Young?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. First, I want to thank you for having this public hearing for the agreement. It's been a long road for us on the Library Advisory Board, and I want to thank you for putting forth transparency in our local government and having this be accessible to all of the community and be heard by all of the community. I want to thank all of the staff involved for coming up with this compromise agreement, which is excellent. It shows that we can get along, we can reach compromise, and we can go forward together to have a vibrant and educated community. I would also like to thank the museum especially for their generous $50,000 contribution to our capital campaign. They're not the first contribution. My husband and I made a very small one and wanted to kick off the capital campaign. I would request that this agreement be a 1-year hard stop agreement. As you can see from the library director's timeline, in March they hope to have the design ready. And we would like to have a hard stop so that the capital campaign and the design and everything can go forward in sync. So I'm asking to drop the month-to-month extensions. And so I want to thank you once again for the privilege of working with all of you and meeting with all of you and for your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hoshida?
Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and City Council members. My name is Sharon Hoshida, and I am the Interim Development Director for the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. And I'd like to address the revised agreement before you between the Santa Barbara Art Museum and the City of Santa Barbara with a direct impact on the Santa Barbara Public Library. In this period of revitalization efforts in the downtown business district, there are also very exciting things happening in the Arts District. Following in the giant footsteps of the Granada Theater and the Old Vic and the New Vic, the Public Library and the Art Museum, the literary and fine arts anchors of the Art District, are also upgrading their spaces. While being a good neighbor since 2016, the Santa Barbara Public Library has placed its plans for the Library Plaza on hold while the space serves as the staging ground and parking lot for the Art Museum's remodeling. We are eager to move our capital campaign forward, and having a firm end date of the revised agreement of August 17, 2019 would give us that green light to move ahead with plans accordingly, such as the reception to publicize our public campaign, donor visioning tours of the site, and a realistic projection of a groundbreaking date. There's also a need to clarify the public perception that the Library Plaza project has already begun, given the fencing surrounding the area and the library messaging. And while we accept this as intended, as a good neighbor message, the unintended consequence is that the public believes that the library project is already underway. In total, the 3 years' use of that prime downtown real estate, closing a well-used pedestrian thoroughfare, has been a bargain, and given that the first 2 years have been free, and this agreement strives to provide some financial equity to the tune of $50,000, with the current use coming to a complete end on August 17, 2019. An independent appraiser, Schott & Company, identified that rental value of that occupied space as $87,715 annually. Should the Art Museum project extend beyond that date, the relocation of their staging and storage areas becomes the responsibility of the Art Museum and their contractor, like any other construction project in the downtown area. So having a firm end date may also act as a strong incentive to complete the project on time.
So
With these
Sheeta,
factors,
over your time, can you
I have
give us
one
a final
paragraph.
sentence?
One page. These factors in mind, Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation respectfully requests that this agreement be implemented with a firm end date of August 17, 2019, without options for continued use. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Hess, you're our final speaker.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Murillo, members of City Council, good afternoon. My name is Milt Hess, and I'm Vice Chair of the City's Library Advisory Board, and I'm also Santa Barbara's representative on the County Library Advisory Committee. I appreciate you placing this issue on the agenda. It is a good thing to have discussed, the opportunity to discuss publicly. One of the most talked about issues in Santa Barbara these days is how to reinvigorate the downtown corridor. How can we encourage citizens and visitors alike to spend more time downtown, thereby encouraging businesses to occupy vacant storefronts? A new library plaza will become a focal point for civic and cultural gatherings right in the civic and cultural heart of Santa Barbara. I'm sure you've seen what's there now, a tall fence creating a visual eyesore and an obstruction to easy access to La Arcata. This is not what Santa Barbara needs if we're serious about rejuvenating downtown. So the agreement that you're considering will extend the Art Museum's use of the plaza for another year with the option for further extensions. I propose that enough is enough. Incremental extensions of the agreement beyond next year will just create uncertainty about when the plaza will be available for redevelopment. After 3 years using the plaza as a staging area, I propose that the Art Museum should make other arrangements. Returning the area to the city will allow the plaza redevelopment project to proceed, providing Santa Barbara with a beautiful public space that will be a key piece of the renewal of downtown. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Right on time. Mr. Friedman?
Great. First, I'd like to start off by moving the staff recommendation.
Second.
And I'll make some comments for that. So going back, this project, I was there with Doug Campbell, mentioned 2010, and I was on the City Library Board back at the time. Going back to 2007, I think, is the first time I remember seeing some type of iteration of the Plaza project. And it's been a long road, and I'm reminded of that joke, the best way to ruin a happy marriage is to remodel your kitchen. And what we have here is a very public kitchen remodel. But with that being the case, I really appreciate the work of our library staff and the museum, in particular Larry Feinberg, who's here today, the director of the museum, to work through the challenges that we've had and develop a real compromise proposal going forward. I also want to thank our library board, Ms. Young, Mr. Hess, Ms. Hoshida for the Library Foundation, for the work you're doing on behalf of the residents in the library and the future of our downtown. Again, and I do understand your concerns with the time frame. And however, I believe this is a compromise that all sides gave that's before us today, and both sides have come to the table in good faith. So I'm hesitant to tinker with that up here. I think there was a lot of work that went into to get to where we are, and I want to honor the work of our staff and the museum. Going forward, this compromise allows the museum to continue forward with its renovation project that, when completed, will provide a tremendous public benefit that will be a key part of the downtown arts district. And it also provides flexibility for our city and the Library Foundation to move forward on our capital campaign project for Library Plaza, which we heard together. In addition, the significant contribution from the museum to the plaza renovation signals to the community that the museum and the library are linked as partners going forward, with a mutual vested interest in the successful outcomes for both of our projects. So when we talk about the future of downtown, these two projects, as our speakers eloquently stated, are the future, one of the future key components of downtown revitalization. The museum and the library are integral to this, and this negotiated compromise recognizes this. And I just want to again thank you, everyone, for coming to the table. The light's at the end of the tunnel, and we just look a couple years from now, we're going to have a great new museum that's going to be terrific for our community, and a brand new plaza that's going to provide a lot of opportunities to enhance our arts. And I think it's very fortuitous that the resolution we gave today was in celebration of the arts, because these two projects are going to benefit them tremendously when they're completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Ms. Snedden. Okay, Mr. Hart, as the seconder of the motion, your comments?
Well, I think Councilmember Friedman has it exactly right. This is really a moment to celebrate and figure out exactly how we can integrate these two projects even more closely. The museum is working really hard to do this major renovation project. There really isn't any other place for them to stage their construction. We are being generous because we are partners, and that the community is interested in having the museum renovated and having that spectacular community institution at its best, and they are working diligently and hard, and the project will be finished when it is absolutely the fastest it possibly can be finished. At the same time, the Library Foundation, the Library Board, this council, the community is really interested in having the Library Plaza done as fast as possible, yesterday if possible. But there are steps that are necessary to get that ready as well. And we're doing those as diligently. And these things are going to nest together, I think, perfectly. But we have to be a little bit patient, and we can't really impose a deadline in a contractual agreement for something that's dynamic. Both of these things are subject to slippage and time delays, but they will go fast. They will both go as fast as possible. And if there's a conflict and the opportunity exists to better integrate these projects, we'll deal with that collaboratively in the future, and we'll make it work, because I know everybody is committed to that, and we'd all like to see that happen, because ultimately this is going to be shared space. This is going to be community space, as Mr. Campbell described. This is the heart of downtown. This is the heart of the cultural district. Both the library and the art museum will benefit immensely from having the Library Plaza restored, and I would expect that some of the folks who are being very generous to help with the museum's renovation will also help with the Library Plaza renovation, because they are connected. So I think this is a great day. I want to appreciate Councilmember Friedman's extra work on this effort behind the scenes. I think that was really helpful in this endeavor, and want to congratulate everybody here and everybody involved in both these great projects.
Ms. Snedden?
Thank you. I have just a couple questions. What was the original proposed timeline for the museum project?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, the original proposed timeline for the museum project was not made available to library staff at the beginning of these negotiations. I think that has been fluid.
It was open-ended up to 10 years?
Yes,
or?
I've heard many years, 6 years, 8 years. I mean, I don't have the answer to that question. 6 years.
Okay, so they're okay. Wow. Okay. And from this point on, how long is it expected to take? I mean, I understand there's, unforeseen issues that might come up, but from this point on, is there an estimate, or is this still an open-ended 10 years?
As Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, I believe it is still open-ended.
Mr. Feinberg is here, and he's welcome to come to the podium and.
Thank you.
So your question to Mr. Feinberg is their estimated time of completion?
Well, I guess my initial question, I mean, you did gesture to me, but if you could.
Yes, the main part of the project that's going on now should be finished. We've been guaranteed by our construction crew 2020. Summer of 2020 really has to be done by then, because beginning in the autumn, October of 2020, we're having a major Van Gogh exhibition then. So that's really a drop-dead date.
So you have a drop-dead date?
Well, for the first 3 phases of it. And then there's probably going to be a pause for some time, but that's the date.
And then from a pause, there would be reuse of the plaza again as staging, or somewhere else?
There's some further things we'd like to do. What these first 3 stages are about really, and as some of the council members know, this was not an elective project. This was an essential one because it was a public safety concern where we had to do a major sort of renovation for structural and seismic reasons and for roofs. And come the end of 2020, we will have done all that. Then, depending on money we raise in the future, there'll be some sort of smaller work that's done post-2020 after what's probably going to be a pause, maybe of some years, where there's some other things we would like to do at the museum, but they won't be this sort of huge project that we have undertaken to date.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Feinberg, while you're there, I'll ask. So, if you were, the museum is open now.
It is.
And so
Yeah.
is that adding time to your project if you were to close the museum and really just power through? Would that help you finish faster?
No, actually not. And the museum is working around the construction. The areas of the museum that we have open are those that aren't affected by these phases of the construction. So, no, if we close down the museum, it would not shorten that time span.
Can you acknowledge for us that you really are taking up public space there? And I mean, I've heard people say, what's going on there. You sometimes spill out into the public street. You're taking up a lot of space.
Yeah. We're only doing what has to be done in a major construction process that involves completely reinforcing one building that's more than 100 years old, another building that's more than 75 years old, which were both unreinforced masonry. And so it's a public safety concern, not only for our visitors, but also a concern for the preservation of the artwork, which too belongs to the community.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I had.
Were you? Oh, I'm Ms. Sneddon. You had more. Go ahead,
yes,
please.
I did.
And then Mr. Rose.
Not for you, though. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
How long will the plaza take once it is underway?
Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Sneddon, I would like to invite Mike Wilshire to answer that question.
Mayor Murillo, Council, I'm Mike Wiltshire, the Facilities and Energy Manager. Ms. Cadiente had a timeline up there. Right now we're in the RFP phase for design, for awarding final design. I think spring of 2019 is a very reasonable time for that final design to be complete. From there, we would go into bid phase which would be another month or two. So looking into summer of 2019, from a construction point of view, is a reasonable time to start construction.
And oh, sorry.
This is not, I'm not speaking to any funding or the capital campaign. This is just strictly from a construction point of view.
I'm sorry, my question is how long will construction last once it has begun?
On the Library Plaza?
Yes.
That would be, I'm guessing 6 months would be a reasonable time frame, 6 months to a year.
To complete the project? Okay.
6 months would be a safe bet.
Thank you. And so you would be, by the estimated timeline, you'd be ready to start that summer of 2019, but the plaza doesn't sound like it would be open until summer of 2020. So
open for use?
Open to start the plaza project?
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Those are all of my questions. I would
Madam Mayor, if I could just clarify,
Mr.
Councilmember
Casey.
Snedden, just make sure you got your timing right. I just want to make sure. What we're proposing today is essentially a one-year staging contract with the museum to use the plaza. If we are ready to begin construction, we will end that agreement of the museum being able to use the plaza for staging. We would then begin the construction of the plaza and have the plaza open within 6 months to a year. So the museum would have to find alternate location for staging for that last year for them to get open by the summer of 2020 as well.
Thank you very much for that. I did not understand that. So this is what is happening in the plaza until we are ready to start the plaza project. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was a great clarification, Mr. Casey. Thank you, because I was going to ask about hard stops and whatnot, because the library is, in fact, a city asset, and I have to lean towards that, even though the museum does make up part of the cultural center of our city. And I've been talking to Doug Campbell since the first day I was on council, so it seems like we've been doing this for just a little while. So, back to what Mr. Friedman said. And I don't think there was a quote in your entire statement this time, Mr. Freeman. You didn't quote anybody. I think I'm missing something.
I quoted on the straws.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, last item.
Appreciate that. But this deal was done between parties that agreed. So rather than try to change it from here in the dais, I'd be prepared to support the staff recommendation.
Very good. Okay, I am too. I don't see any other lights. I don't think we need a roll call vote. Well, why don't we take a roll call vote, just to be clear? Thank you, ma'am.
Did we move it yet?
Councilmember?
Yeah, it was Mr. Friedman and Mr. Hart made a second. Yeah.
Motion by Councilmember Friedman, second by Councilmember Hart. Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Hart?
Aye.
Councilmember Snedden?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so that was unanimous, I think. Okay, super, good. You have your orders. We'll close that item. And the next one is number 12.
Item 12, consider separate requests from Councilmembers Friedman and Snedden and from Councilmembers Dominguez and Gutierrez regarding alcohol licensing policies.
Okay, so this is a double item put forward by a couple of teams of council members. So we'll just go, the council members state their reasons for asking this to be on the agenda. So we'll start with Friedman and Snedden. Mr. Friedman, are you ready to? Oh, Mr. Rouse, you have a disclaimer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I am a licensee, I will be stepping down from this item.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I overlooked that. So, Mr. Friedman, if you're ready to start us off.
Sure. Before I give my comments, I talked with staff about giving just a presentation on the process for ABC permitting, and if staff could give just a background on the ABC permitting process, I think that'll give some background data, and then I'd like to make my comments after that, if that's okay with the council members.
Very good. Ms. Snedden?
I also agreed with the memo because as we're discussing off-sale alcohol sales, it seems like a good idea to hear about and start the conversation on if we would also include on sale as well as just discussion.
Mr. Dominguez?
The concerns were twofold. One from constituents who were creating business plans and unsure of where the markers were and wanted the certainty and the transparency. And then two, just we have a large amount of resources going to public safety and the police department, so I want to make sure they're well spent and we're making decisions based on data.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is an issue that's been brought to me by a few residents, and I feel like it definitely needs to be studied more in order to be able to kind of really prepare the future of State Street and other businesses around the community. Thank you.
Very good. We'll go to staff. Mr. Wagner or Chief Luno.
Madam Mayor, council members, I definitely want to hand this over to Anthony Wagner, who is basically our public engagement manager, but our licensing manager as well. He has expertise in balancing public safety and land use. And frankly, he is pretty much an expert on alcohol policy and is, which is key, I should say, in navigating the distinction between local and state control. So I'm going to hand this over to him to proceed.
Mr. Wagner.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'd like to point us back for a moment to where we were January 24th, 2017, which was your last council action in which you moved a motion. You discussed the options for enhanced oversight of on-sale alcohol establishments. The council unanimously directed staff to further explore and enhanced oversight for off-sale establishments with the Ordinance Committee. The Ordinance Committee hearing for off-sale alcohol establishments will take place later this year. So in January 24th, you omitted on-sale establishments. This gives you a snapshot which has changed since the last discussion. There are a total of 617 licenses in the city, 389 on-sale establishments. On-sale is where you drink it on the premise. That's a restaurant, a nightclub, a bar, or a club. We have 146 off-sale establishments where you take the alcohol out of the establishment, off the premise. That's a grocery store, a market, a liquor store, a gas station. And then uniquely to Santa Barbara, we have a non-retail environment. That's a manufacturer that happens to have an ancillary tasting room or a restaurant. That's a microbrewery, a distillery, or wine tasting room. There's 82 of those as well. And normally those 82 are not counted within on sale or off sale. This gives you a snapshot of what is, according to the Alcoholic Beverage Control, embedded within the Alcoholic Beverage Control, the Act itself. The ABC says there should be one license for every 2,000 residents, one license for every 2,500 residents for off-sale. There's no state limit if you're just serving beer and wine, but if you are serving beer, wine, and spirits, the general license, it's one per 2,000. That's important to give you a snapshot for how saturated Santa Barbara is. If you look at what we should be, there should be one establishment for every 2,000 residents. That's 91,000 residents in the city. It should be 46 licenses for on sale, and we have 133. For off sale, it should be 37 licenses, and we have 67. So that's almost a 300 to 200% oversaturation. It's important to note that critics would say that we are an entertainment city in which we have tourists. If you go to Santa Barbara Tourism Bureau and you see how many visitors we have per year, 7.2 million visitors per year, or 19,000 more people in the city per day. So if you would arbitrarily, synthetically raise the population to include our tourist population, it'd be 111,000 residents. We still would be oversaturated by double. In that case, we would have roughly 56 licenses to accommodate, in which we have 133. So that gives you a perspective about how many more we have in the city than the Alcoholic Beverage Control Act suggests. We're also one of the most oversaturated cities of our size in the state. So here's a quick snapshot of how we regulate alcohol. When I say we, how the state regulates alcohol. So Article 20, Section 22 grants exclusive authority to regulate alcohol sales at the state level. To the exclusion of cities and counties, the state legislature has carved out an exception to this general rule by prohibiting alcohol retail licensing from being issued if the issuance would violate valid local ordinance. So if there'd be something within the Land Use Development Code and it would violate that, then you could control it. According to the California Business and Professions Code, and this is the catch-all protector for the municipality, if the municipality would want to move forward. 23790 says, no retail licenses shall be issued for any premise which are located in a territory where the municipality is exercising the rights and privileges conferred by the license, contrary to valid zoning code or ordinance of any city or county. The premise which has been issued in exercise of those rights and privileges at the time prior to the effective date of the zoning ordinance may continue to operate. So that's grandfathering. So here are some of the constraints. The state ABC is selective in what they enforce. The ABC is limited and resource constraint. There's about 7,600 licenses in the Tri-County area. There's like 2 or 3 alcohol beverage control officers to regulate all of those 7,600 licenses. The ABC will not enforce voluntary conditions. We could enter into a sidebar agreement with the ownership themselves, and the alcohol beverage control would not enforce that. The ABC will not condition licenses the way that we need currently. And we lack a local ordinance that includes performance standards. So here's the city's posture so far. City currently regulates alcohol outlets in 3 ways. Here's what the police department does. We review the application for new liquor licenses related to crime and census data. And then we enforce certain portions of the Business and Professions Code. That's where the Alcohol Beverage Control Act resides. And refer those violations to the Alcoholic Beverage Control. The second thing that the city does is community development reviews the applications necessary for a transfer of liquor licenses for zoning consistency. The city does not currently require a conditional use permit for new alcohol outlets. Pre-existing establishments are considered legally non-conforming or grandfathered and thus exempt from any new permit standards. And lastly, park and rec facilities. Let's see here. Excuse me. Park and rec facilities, alcohol consumption is restricted at certain city parks and facilities as authorized by the municipal code. Alcohol is currently restricted in 14 parks and facilities and are allowed by permit in 16 sites. So the direction that council has the capability of going is maintaining the status quo or potentially enacting some form of local control. That concludes staff's presentation.
I'm going to start. I think some people thought that we were going to tell bars and nightclubs that serve until 1:30 or 2 that we were pulling everybody back to midnight, and that's not accurate.
That is not accurate and erroneous.
Okay, so we're looking at when someone puts in a new application for a license, just to be clear.
If you're referring to a midnight closing for new restaurants and bifurcating restaurants from bars, the city has had a long-standing practice that predates this administration, going back at least 3 years, of restaurants being closed at midnight. That is a non-legislative act bestowed by the Alcoholic Beverage Control, the act itself, and California Code of Regulations to the local authority to provide input to the state authorities. The state authorities are actually the purveyor of the closing time. It's embedded within a state document.
And can you tell us a little bit more about conditional use permits related to this subject?
Sure.
For you, or is that a question for Mr. Kalan?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, a conditional use permit is one form of regulating land uses for alcohol. So what Mr. Wagner said is that the state will defer to your traditional local control of land use control, zoning. And you can exercise that zoning power by creating a list of permitted uses, like you do in a lot of zones. You'll have apartments being a permitted use. Or you can say, we're not sure what conditions ought to apply to a specific use because of differences with its location or how it operates. So we're going to look at it through this special conditional use permit process, and the state will respect that. So before the would-be alcohol licensee can go to the state, they have to secure local approval through a land use permit. Now, I'm hesitating about conditional use permit because that may or may not be the right tool. We'd want to look at that. In my past lifetimes dealing with alcohol on sale, there were concerns about the cost of the permit process and trying to have that match the nature of the business or restaurant so that a small in square footage fast food place might not have to spend the money for a full-on conditional use permit. There might be an administrative permit issued by a hearing officer or something like that.
Okay, Mr. Friedman and then Mr. Dominguez.
So thank you for that presentation, and it gives a background. So I wanted to get in it, same as my colleagues, on why I brought this, is there had been some individuals who had raised the issue of
we are still in questions because we have public comment.
I'm going to ask a question. I just wanted to go back and kind of state, because I didn't do that before. I want to hear the presentation and just state for the record why I raised this issue to my attention about concerns with alcohol and the prevalency, and then also the discrepancy between new restaurants and old restaurants. So I did have a couple of questions just in terms of the population. I'm glad you addressed the issue of tourism, but do those numbers also take into account UCSB at all? Because I know we have a big student population that lives out in Isla Vista that does come down into the area. So I just was wondering if that includes that at all, if you've looked at that.
When I added the 19,000 residents to our census data of 91,000 residents and came up with 111,000, that was not inclusive of however you'd like to have an algorithm to include university students.
Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to, because they're a large part of what we're talking about and some of the nuisances as well that take place. And then the other question I had is, how would a CUP help address concerns related to nuisances? Can you give us some types of nuisances that are prevalent that a CUP could help address? And basically understanding what the need would be for that.
So it's important to be able to work with the alcohol establishment for design guidelines. Some of the things that would be deficient that we can't control right now are soundproofing, type of window treatment, number of security, lighting, and an array of other conditions that would ensure that the establishment does not disproportionately affect nuisance-related activity after a certain amount of time. For example, in California, because of how expensive these Type 47 licenses are. That's a restaurant license. It's $13,000 for a license a year. Many of those actors want to potentially morph into a nightclub after midnight. Some of the conditions, design conditions, would be that you can't move your tables, that you have to continue to serve food. Many environments close their kitchen down at 9 o'clock, and some conditions could potentially say that you have to have your kitchen open during all your working hours. So those are some guidelines from a shoot from the hip of asking me what I craft or what have other municipalities done. That's what some other municipalities have done.
And one last question, I guess this would go to our city attorney, is other than a CUP, I mean, I see an A and a B up there, is enact a local control, which potentially CUP, or maintain the status quo. The council, my understanding, and is what I'd like your opinion, is we wouldn't be able to direct to treat new restaurants the same as grandfathered in restaurants unless we went through some type of, I guess, option B up there, correct? Or enact a local control like a CUP.
Correct. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, the city charter is very clear that, quote, neither the city council nor any member thereof shall give orders to any subordinate of the city administrator, either publicly or privately. So what that means is that the council's not in a position to direct the police chief to impose certain conditions via ABC on these permits, but you could write a law that would require the police chief to impose those conditions, and that's what Mr. Wagner's referring to. Some of the other kinds of common conditions relate to nuisance abatement. So, for example, there will, as Mr. Wagner mentioned, sound conditions, double doors. If there are side areas of a business that are poorly lit, they might require them to light them so that nuisance behavior doesn't happen out there. And also it, again, as Mr. Wagner mentioned, allows the city to prevent businesses from morphing without some review into, say, a much larger area for drinking or dancing or whatever people would do in there without some city oversight.
Okay, and so just to clarify, this, my final question would be that, so the options before us today would be either maintain the status quo, which currently for new restaurants is the 12 a.m. closure, or we move a process forward to try to implement some type of local control measure, perhaps a CUP, depending on what the conversation is. So those are really the two options before us today as I see it, based on the city attorney's explanation.
Mr. Dominguez?
Thank you. So a couple questions. First, just by introduction, how did you get marijuana or cannabis and alcohol and not plastic straws? You got the two easy ones, it appears. Can you go back one slide to the one about the parks? I just wanted to clarify, did you say alcohol is or is not unrestricted in the 14 parks?
I may have read it incorrectly, but it's currently unrestricted in the 14 parks and allowed by permit at 16 sites.
Okay. So parks like Ortega Park, where does that fall in?
I can't speak directly to each park. I don't know. There we go. We have a representative.
Mr. Hanna might have an answer for us with our Parks Department. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dominguez, Rich Hanna, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. Just to provide some scope, the places where alcohol is allowed by ordinance would be considered open space parks. So Parma Park, Orpit Park, Schofield Park. Places where it's prohibited would be neighborhood parks. So somewhere like Ortega Park would be prohibited unless by permit for a special event.
Thank you, Mr.
Great,
Hanna.
thank you. And then the second question is related to the city policy. And you said 3 years ago there was a new city policy established regarding a midnight.
I wanted to do my best to be able to track back the origin of the policy. The furthest I was able to track back the policy was to prior to January of 2017. And then in looking up other licenses, there was a waxing and waning of midnight, and some establishments had 1 o'clock. That goes back almost 3 years. But restaurants customarily, going back a very long time, we're not open till 2 o'clock.
So it doesn't sound like it was a hard and fast policy. If there's waxing and waning and a lot of them were open until 1, or were allowed to get a permit to stay open until 1?
There's a lot of variables that come into play to making a decision in the best interest of public health and safety. And with the information that's available to us today, it's in the best interest of public health and safety, and the data shows us that midnight is the proper closing for a restaurant with the resources we have now.
And so do you know how many permits have been issued in the last 3 years? Give or take, ballpark figure?
When I went back to the January 2017, they said that there was 312 licenses. Now there's 389. And I believe there's 114 off-sale licenses. Now there's 146. I can't speak to that data because I'm not the one that ran that data. I only can speak for the data that I have for you today. But those numbers looked like there was a jump in alcohol licenses since you spoke about that last in January of 2017.
And of those increases, some of those are the manufacturing licenses?
It's of interest that back in that hearing, non-retail licenses were misdescribed and not discussed. So the council had in their mind eye in January 2017 that there were 82 less licenses that there are because of how it was described. But non-retail licenses, a Type 23 license or a Type 2 license for a wine license, a distillery license, all of these ones that are popping up in the funk zone were not counted when you last talked about alcohol.
And is that part of the 389, or is the 389 just on sale licenses?
389 is just on sale. If you do 389, 146, and 82, it's 617 licenses.
What was the last of those three numbers?
You have 389 on-sale licenses, 146 off-sale licenses, and 82 non-retail licenses.
Okay. And what was the 82 number in January of 17?
That once again, it was potentially misidentified and not discussed as being a part of the total alcohol exposure for the city in 2017. They're also non-regulated. The one thing I would say with a non-retail license and some alcohol and some restaurant licenses are an exploitation of the license, meaning that someone can open up a microbrewery and not be responsible for a minimum amount of barrel production and be able to open up a restaurant in the microbrewery as an exploitation of the license. A microbrewery license is $600, where a restaurant license is $13,500. And those don't, by Alcoholic Beverage Control Act, written in 1954, those are not under jurisdictional control of the city. They are almost a by right activity.
So that was a year after the Brown Act. I wonder if there's a connection there. So those, it sounds like there was about 100 licenses issued in that period. And who does the issuance, or who makes, I guess more accurately, who makes the recommendation to the ABC from the department?
The department has a licensing division. I'm responsible for alcohol licenses and every other license that the police department issues.
So at this point in time, you're the one, when the applicant asks for the ABC license, it comes to your desk and you make the decision of what time they can operate until?
Ultimately, it ends up at my desk, but staff who is well versed in this creates the conditions, and then they're ratified by command staff.
Okay. And who did that before you were on board? Because you were in a relatively new position.
Todd Stoney, then Bob Lowry, and then Torres.
And was that a function of a rank or a duty station?
It's a complexity that usually needs a manager or captain to be the arbiter of what's in the best interest of public health and safety with all of those variables, potential for aggravated assaults, call for service, and any other nuisance-related activity stemming from the proliferation of alcohol establishments in the city.
And is there any written policy in your department on these decisions?
The policy comes from the California Code of Regulations and the Alcoholic Beverage Control. It's the California Code of Regulation that uses the term local enforcement agency. When it has who does the ABC ask? The ABC asks the local enforcement agency. Here in this jurisdiction, it's the Santa Barbara Police Department, and they pose a couple questions to us. They ask us, "Do you want to protest at all? Yes or no? If you do, or are you protesting? No. Yes. Do you want to protest? Yes. Do you want to protest with conditions? What are those conditions? Midnight." We could have a conservative posture of saying, no, we don't want any licenses because of our oversaturation. But we're not wanting to be in the position to disenfranchise business.
And I would ask, do you know, are there categories of how this works in California? Like, is there a main way that other departments do it, or how do they do it in San Diego? Is what we're doing pretty typical or atypical?
What our municipality and the 435 other municipalities in California are doing are equal. They're the same. It's the same regulation bestowed by the state code that gives the authority in a non-legislative way to the enforcement agency to figure out what's in the best interest of public health and safety.
Okay.
Did you want to add to that? Or?
I forgive me that I didn't hear her.
Okay. So it's pretty wide latitude of the police department in most cities. That's where the discretion lies.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dominguez, I can speak, for example, from San Diego. Several cities choose to exercise their local control and do have either conditional use permit processes or deemed approved processes. For example, in San Diego, they designated downtown as an entertainment district, and for that zone wanted a conditional use permit process so that they knew that the control, if you will, was consistent with their vision for the city. For the rest of the city, the processes went through the police department as they do here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you. You mentioned a few times in the staff report about assaults or alcohol-related issues, drinking and driving, community violence, underage drinking. Could you speak to that with our saturation levels? Do they correlate as we get more? Or is there an increase? Or
let me get into a data slide and see if that helps with your answer.
Thank you.
Let's go for aggravated assaults because that is your specific question. This is total aggravated assaults. This is a year to date as well as a calendar year, fiscal year as well as a calendar year. This goes back to 2015. If you look at year to date total for June year to date in yellow, in 2016, there's 152. 2017, 157. Year to date, right now, we're at 209. That's a 33% jump in aggravated assaults. If you look at the average number of aggravated assaults from 2015 to 2016 in the green there, that's 27. If you look at the category of 2018, each month is over trending in aggravated assaults. The interesting thing when it comes to fiscal year aggravated assaults, we're able to overlay that on a map. That goes specific to the State Street corridor. And we were further able to identify run around Ortega to East Haley. This is the aggravated assaults and then the number of aggravated assaults in that area, East Haley and Ortega, forgive me. And then what's of interest is how we're attributing those. Those are mostly Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, and then mostly 10 p.m. to 1 a.m.
So that's how you're tying it to alcohol use.
Well, I will show you the next slide here, ma'am. These are the total calls for service for on-sale environments. If you look at 2015, 2016, and 2017, for the 389 on-sale establishments, if you look all the way over to the right, CFS is total calls for service. So example, in 2015, the total calls for service were 88,000, or roughly 8.3% of the total call volume was from a on-sale liquor establishment. If you go to 2017, that's still roughly 8%, and a lower amount of calls for service, but 6,200 calls or so. So we believe that we're able to accurately identify that these establishments, the way that they are right now, are best served with new licenses being best served with a midnight closing.
Okay, Mr. Hart?
Just looking at that chart, aren't they all trending down over the last 3 years?
If you can say that there's a trend between 8.3 and 7.9%, I would just reference that that figure is potentially in the millions of dollars range when it comes to total call for service call volume.
I'm just saying that it's from 7,382 to 6,296. It's 44.97 to 39.99. It's 325 to 283. That's the trend that I'm pointing out.
Well, that's the call for service, but as I was able to show you, the aggravated assaults are actually trending up. So the severity of the call might be going up.
I'm going to ask one more question, and we do have public comment still. So there's different kinds of licenses, right? So there's
like 84
an
different
entertainment
licenses.
license is different from a regular license. If you could help me, Mr. Wagner.
Sure. There's three categories of licensing. There's on sale, which is the restaurants. There's off sale, which is the neighborhood market, and then there's non-retail, which is the distillery or microbrewery. Each of those have a unique number. So if you're asking for what's a restaurant that serves beer, wine, spirits is a type 47 permit. A restaurant that only serves beer and wine is, I believe, a 41 permit. A non-retail environment for a microbrewery is a type 23 permit. But they all further bifurcate into numbers.
I think I got that part, but I thought there was something called an entertainment license.
Madam Mayor, council members, we have a local municipal code that oversees our dance permits. An entertainment permit is a form of that other cities use that are more inclusive than the dance permit that, for example, govern amplified music, and they also can list security requirements and other standards on them as well. Yes, ma'am.
And they can serve liquor past 12 midnight?
Getting into the weeds, a bar that only allows 21 and over normally serves till 2 o'clock. A bar doesn't have food, and they have other regulations within the Alcoholic Beverage Control Act that inhibits some of the challenges like security, lighting, and others.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment. Your light is still on, but I think it's because you forgot. Okay, So Ms. Catalan and Mr. Lopez, you've been waiting a good long time, so you're going to go first. And it was Mr. Lopez? Yeah, I gave away your slip, so I made one up for you. Please, go ahead.
Hi, like I said before, I just want to say hi, Ms. Mayor and council members. My name is Eva Catalan, and I'm a youth organizer for Future Leaders of America. And I'm here today with my student, Diego Lopez, who will be speaking on the behalf of my FLAMA group. FLAMA stands for Future Leaders of America Master Achievers, and it's a group of students ages between 13 and 17-year-olds. And we are here today to support the alcohol licensing policies that you are addressing. We are here concerned about all the alcohol available to our youth, and we hope that stronger policies will help reduce the students' use. And I encourage you to look at the California Healthy Kids Survey data to see that our youth in this community are drinking and using. Our laws, we need to be strong. They need to be stronger for our youth so they don't have access to alcohol. So now I'm going to give it away to the student who wrote a letter so you guys can hear about it.
Very good.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Diego Lopez, and I'm a student in Santa Barbara County. I'm here today with Future Leaders of America, speaking on behalf of 40-plus FLAMA members and myself. FLAMA is a program where we learn about leadership, advocacy, public speaking, and how we can apply those skills in our community. I'm here today to talk about an important issue that affects our city. Alcohol. Alcohol abuse, It says, did you guys know that SB ranks number 2 in drunkest city in California according to an online article on alcohol consumption? Alcohol abuse leads to depression, addiction, underage drinking, DUIs, driving incidents, and the list goes on. For these reasons, we are considering about the youth and the families in our cities. We are proposing an implementation of a policy that will increase tax on alcohol by 5 cents. If this policy is passed, the money can go towards mental health resources, more funding for our schools, industrialized public restrooms, or programs that will help homelessness. We are looking for your support with this policy to help us make a change in our city. Now, the question, will you join us to make our city more prosperous and healthy? Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Tina Takaya, you're next. You'll be followed by Ted Ellis, Jason Colbert, Matt Olives.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hello, City Council members. My name is Tina Takaya, owner of Opal Restaurant and Bar. We are not a rowdy town. I've lived here since 1970. I'm saddened by the state of downtown, and this ordinance only hurts the effort that many of us are trying to do currently to bring back the vibrancy of our community. When you have a two-tiered system where establishments have to stop serving at different times, it becomes confusing to tourists and locals alike. Those who must stop drinking at 12 o'clock, if they know there's a two-tiered system, they may have to find a restaurant or bar that stays open longer, which is confusing in itself. But this can also saturate those places potentially that cause problems. Every town has some problem areas. If there is an establishment like that, then focus on them. Don't try to make the entire town suffer for isolated issues. It's like if I have a problem staff member who does something, then I have consequences for them. I don't make the whole staff suffer when they're doing a great job for 20 years or 15 years on my staff. Any of the problem establishments already have later serving times, which are grandfathered in, and so this really doesn't help those problem areas. Many of us have worked very hard to create responsible drinking environments in our businesses, and it's an injustice to punish us and our clienteles that enjoy late dining. I can tell you that at Opal we stay open late and receive many people from around the world, Europe, South America, etc., that culturally eat at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock. And this would be a huge deterrent for them wanting to come to Santa Barbara. If they are served a bottle of wine at my new restaurant, which this is imposing on, at 11 o'clock because we seat till 11 o'clock, and they can't finish their bottle of wine at 12 o'clock. They have to go somewhere else or bag their bottle, which ruins their experience. If a bartender or server tells a tourist that Santa Barbara law says we must stop serving at 12 o'clock because they don't know all the details, that person may go home and tell their friends, don't go to Santa Barbara, you can't drink past 12. That's how rumors begin. And as we saw in the oil spill in Gaviota, it was called the Santa Barbara oil spill in the media, and many tourists went elsewhere until they felt it was safe to visit. That's
if you
how
would
things
wrap
happen.
up your remarks, please. Thank
Okay, yes. In this difficult time, liquor licenses are not $13,000. That's only through the lottery, and only one person gets it. They're $240,000. It's a big expense and asset. If a business is sold, the new owner will then be in a different category and therefore lose 2 hours of sales, making the liquor license worth far less. So I'm just
Mr.
saying.
Ellis, do you want to give your time to Ms. Takaya, or you?
No. Okay. My last thing I'm going to say is that we've just been affected by the mudslides, and we're trying to come back, trying to become more prosperous. And I'd like to work together for a better Santa Barbara rather than create regulations that cripple us. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mr. Ellis, your turn.
Madam Mayor,
Thanks.
council members, thank you for having me here today. My name's Ted Ellis. I'm a restaurateur here in town trying to open a new restaurant with, of course, Tina Takai, who is my business partner. Now, we applied for a Type 47 ABC liquor license for restaurants. Okay, California law through the ABC is that you can start serving at 6 a.m. and you can stop serving at 2 a.m. Okay. Food must be served with a sales ratio of at least 50% of sales come from the sales of food. Okay, those are pretty much the straight, laws. The Santa Barbara PD has imposed a 12 midnight stop on new or transferred license issued. We bought an existing license. We didn't add to the numbers, that he was showing. Okay, but there was also no notice that this was going to be put into effect. We didn't know this was going to be happening. Okay, Oku Restaurant, where Tina and I and our license will be, is a fine dining establishment. Okay, I myself have worked in Michelin star restaurants. I'm not looking to have the dancing. I'm not looking to have the rowdiness. But like Tina said, we're going to seat people till 11 o'clock. Okay, the dining for our place is 1.5 to 2 hours. You can see that doesn't compute because we would like to have the 1 o'clock ending like all the other restaurants in town. Okay, financial planning. When planning and investing in a business that has small margins like a restaurant, you have to purchase a very expensive license, which we spent $240,000 for. I write out profit and loss statements that take and affect the hours of business. 1 hour of time daily equals an estimated of $250,000 loss to my business, and in turn tax dollars to the city of Santa Barbara. Okay, Santa Barbara is a hospitality town. We don't want to hurt an already hurting economy that we have because of what happened earlier in this year. We have a lot of weekend visitors at SB, and we don't want to get a reputation for closing down early. Please don't impose these prohibition-type tactics on responsible operators such as myself. Again, there was no notice or warning about this imposed, 12 o'clock stop. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Colbert. Oh, he left. Okay. Matt Olives, you'll be followed by Adriana Almazan, Richard Birdie, Ray Maboob. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm an attorney in town and broker. I've done probably close to 1,000 transactions involving bars and restaurants in the last 2 decades of my career, so very familiar with the ABC process. First, to address the midnight cutoff, the policy of the police department to cut off at midnight is actually brand new, as of just a few months ago. They've been making recommendations of a midnight cutoff for several years, and we enjoyed a good relationship with Captain Stoney and his predecessor, Captain Torres, in introducing concepts to the police department, different concepts. This is a restaurant, this is a nightclub, and then we would work out the actual cutoff time with the police department on a case-by-case basis. That's how it's been going for the past 15, 16 years that I've been doing this, and it's been very successful downtown. So this new midnight cutoff is a brand new policy that's being enforced. It's catching some of my clients by surprise who were expecting more of a negotiation through the police process, and that's been not available to us this time around. So it's been a little frustrating. So I would say the message we're sending to business owners with more regulation is that you don't want to do business in Santa Barbara. There's an 11:30 cutoff for serving alcohol to customers if there is a midnight cutoff time. You actually have to have the drink out of the customer's hands by the time that midnight strikes. So you can't buy a bottle of wine at 11 o'clock. You can't have a final drink at 11:45 without drinking it very, very quickly. It's not realistic for someone who has a higher-end restaurant to say that's going to create law enforcement problems if someone's having a glass of wine till 1 or 2 in the morning, which is the legal limit. So State Street is not going to survive as a retirement community. I'm over 40. I like to have a glass of wine, have a couple of appetizers, and go home. Most of you are probably the same. There's a big community of people in their 30s and their 20s who like to stay out later, like to enjoy themselves, and they spend money at these restaurants that are operating on very, very small margins. So I would say in terms of what we need to do as a city, we need to empower the business owners, look at removing these roadblocks and not putting more regulations on them as we move forward.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Ms. Almazan, still here? You've been here all afternoon.
Yes, I have.
Thanks.
Mayor Murillo, council members, my name is Adriana Almazan, and I lead the Friday Night Live Youth Program for Santa Barbara County, and I oversee our leadership group for the city of Santa Barbara as well. I'm here today to speak to you about some of the concerns that our youth have in terms of alcohol. They cannot drink it, but access is there. I believe Eva Catalan mentioned the California Healthy Kids Survey. I'd be happy to share that information with you, that it actually shows that students are still able to access alcohol from off-site retailers quite easily. And actually those numbers and the trends are not going any low. They're not trending down. They're actually trending upward. And so we want to make sure that we're looking at people who maybe are not in our forefront right now. I understand there are people who are over the age of 21 right now out and about. But my concern is also density. What kind of message are we sending to our youth is if at every turn this is something that is in their forefront? And it is also creating asocial norms. Is this something that the city of Santa Barbara wants to have be their mission or their view for their future, for the students' future? With that, if you have any questions with any of the campaigns that students might be having, because we are right now in the middle of our Not On My Watch, where we're actually going to build a toolkit to try to partner with local businesses and just to help with spreading the message of not providing alcohol to youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Birdie, you'll be followed by Ray Maboob, Hannah Maboob, Anna Marie Gott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. I'm not a drinker. I drink water and milk. But I am a business person. And if you have all these different requirements, it gets very confusing. And the city is a business too. And you reap a harvest of money from these businesses, like it or not. You're losing money now from sales tax because retail has disappeared. And you've got to manage things better, but you can't just make it confusing. We are where we are. Keep it that way. Clean it up. Let these people operate, make money, you make money. Let's help our children with ads, schoolwork. Let's look at some of the cheap liquor stores. I think that's where you'll find bottles going out the door in young people's hands. And you've got a couple of them on Haley Street. And there's some, I guess, over on Milpas. But telling people they can only stay open until 1 or 2 or 12, it would be very, very confusing. It's confusing enough now. So I ask you to come up with a plan that's consistent, that we can depend on. When you risk your money, you want a return on it. If you keep on changing the rules, we can't get a return. Things will decay for you as well as us. So please, look at this thing as a business. I know it's emotional. I know some people do not like drinking. I do not like drinking. But it's here. It's part of our economy. Let's manage it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahbub, did your daughter want to cede her time to you? If you need 4 minutes.
I don't think so. She actually wanted to speak on the plastic straws, but she had school until 3 o'clock, so I guess she can't speak. Madam Mayor, council members, I appreciate your time. I had a few questions, really. I saw the stats for three years on the assault crime. Is it possible, Mr. Wagner, to go back 10 years, 10 or 15 years? I mean, Mr. Hart brought up a good point. It is going down, but we're only looking at 3 years of data. And, you know, what is it really 10 years? What is it 15 years? Are we trending even lower? I mean, that's a question. I don't know the answer. I'm curious. The other question I have for you, Mr. Wagner, you mentioned there's 7.2 million tourists, visitors coming from all over the world to Santa Barbara, and you equate that to an increase of population of 19,000, I believe, from 91 to 111, and because of that, we have an oversaturation of liquor licenses. I mean, I don't know. I mean, last time I went on vacation, I mean, I'm not going on a diet. I'm not necessarily trying to detox. I mean, people are coming to Santa Barbara because of the food, whining and dining. I mean, so you have that greater population wanting to spend money on restaurants and, you know, and wine and beer, and that's what we're known for. So I don't know. I don't really buy that number as far as the population being 111,000 and being overpopulated with these liquor licenses or oversaturated. I think oversaturation, really, you got to look at, you know, how many businesses actually go out of business. You know, it's really supply and demand. That really will take care of the problem. If you have too many businesses that serve the same thing, they'll just go out of business. And there have been several of them. Tonic, Blush, many of these have gone out of business. And so, anyways, I just want to look at the numbers more in detail. Just 3 years is not enough. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Miranda, you're giving your 2 minutes. And Ms. Peterson, I see you back there. 6 minutes if you need to use all of it, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Some of you may know that I'm from Los Olivos, and now others of you that don't now do. We have, for every one person that lives there, for every 17 people that live there, we have a wine tasting room. 17 people. So you guys don't really have as bad a problem as Los Olivos does, but they are not open until midnight necessarily. Have you walked down State Street or on Coda Street after midnight? It's loud, it's noisy. You want to put housing downtown. How will those residents live downtown if they can't sleep? I fully support actually going to local control and to make it reasonable. We actually need an ordinance that is going to allow people to actually sleep at night and not be disturbed downtown if that's where you want housing. That's what everyone is yelling about right now. They want housing downtown to help revitalize the city. We cannot focus all of our growth only on tourism. We also have to look at the residents and livability. And that's what you need to do. I heard from Mr. Wagner saying something like, we spend millions of dollars on police activity during the night in downtown. Is that correct? So are we getting millions of dollars in the middle of the night in revenue to help pay for that? I'd like to see the data that says that we actually are not spending more money than we're getting. I suspect that we are probably spending more money in that time of night for that area of town And what that means is that we don't have money to spend on our cops, for police patrols in other places. We're probably spending way too much money to patrol the downtown, and I'd really like to know how much more money we are spending downtown in that time of night. Because again, our taxpayers, the people are actually paying to help fund, perhaps fund the police force to actually patrol there, when we could be spending it elsewhere. So, is anyone willing to ask for a cost-benefit analysis? I think that's needed. And again, if you want residents downtown, you really need to make it livable. Allowing these bars and these restaurants in the middle of the night to stay open is not reasonable. If you want the development that you claim you want, you have to make a decision. And that decision has to be reasonable for the people that live here. Yes, we can still be accommodating to tourists who want a late night. Maybe they need to go to the Canary. I don't know what the solution is. But whatever it is, it really does have to be reasonable. And right now, not having local control, that's not reasonable. It's not reasonable for the rest of the city, and it's not reasonable for future development. Just think about the Wildcat. Would you like to live in the parcel next door that's developed into an AUD next to the Wildcat at night? I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. And I don't believe that anyone else would want to live next door either. We have to weigh the benefit that we gain from these businesses with also the detriment that we get from them. And we do have a detriment from some of these businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stout, you want to rebut? I'm kidding. Jan van Yurt, you're our final speaker. You still here? Here, come on up.
Madam Mayor, dear City Council members, thank you. I think more regulation is not the path you want to go. I heard about the youth foundations, and I'm very interested about their foundings that 13-year-olds, it will make a difference if a local bar is open between 12 o'clock at night and 2 o'clock, that would actually make a difference for a 13-year-old. I don't think they should be out, and maybe that's a problem we should look at. How do we prevent youth from drinking? How do we educate them for not using drugs or abuse alcohol? There was a very good point made, is that if you go to a liquor store off the path on Milpas, on Hilly, often older kids will buy alcohol and then give it to the younger kids. I think if we really want to do something for the city and not prohibit growth and business owners and property owners to make a living, which goes back to sales taxes, which we all live off, I think we need to look what are we actually doing to prevent youth from drinking. And I don't see enough billboards out here educating kids around schools, also about smoking weed or smoking in general. We can bring all the laws we want, but we have to enforce them. But before we bring laws, I think it's better to talk about it and educate people to make good choices. And that's my final point. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. That closes public comment, and I would encourage people who came to talk about youth drinking to tune in again when we look at the off sale and the sale of liquor from liquor stores and gas stations. That might be something to look at. So it's to the council to decide. It looks like we can maintain the status quo, talk about some other alternatives. Mr. Hart, Ms. Sneddon, and Friedman. That order.
Well, I just think from a practical standpoint that our staff time is limited. We have a lot on the plate. I think there is great consensus about focusing on-sale liquor store regulations. There was a lot of council interest in that. Off-sale, excuse me, I always get those wrong. Off-sale liquor store efforts. And this is, while I understand that there's a problem, I understand there's probably an increasing problem. I just don't, this is such a quagmire of opening this box to getting into conditional use permits or other land-based regulatory schemes. Those things are extremely expensive, very difficult. And I would need more information and more data to make a compelling case that this is something that we need to intercede on now. I understand that it's an issue that is in front of you and you have to deal with, and you're dealing with it with the comments to the alcohol beverage control about the 12 o'clock closure. I don't know why the previous approach of case by case can't work in this instance. Seems to me it gets to the specifics of the individual business. I do know people change their operations and that creates problems, but I have no context with information and data to know how big a problem that is and how much it has changed over time. And so, and that all takes a bunch of staff work and a bunch of staff time. And I don't think that's our highest priority right now. I think if we need to do something, it's off-sale regulations. That's where, kids are getting liquor. That's where, nuisance behavior that people are complaining to us. That's where, individuals with alcohol and substance abuse problems that are living on the street access alcohol. That's where I think we should be spending the time and effort, not on, regulating fine dining restaurants that may, because of economic stress, morph into nightclubs. I recognize that as a possibility that could happen. Low likelihood, low probability, lots of city staff and time invested to solve that problem, as opposed to low-hanging fruit, real-life problem, constant nagging difficulty. That's where we should focus staff time. And so that's what I think our job up here is to do increasingly, because we have too big a plate of things to do and not enough time to do it. So I want us to focus and concentrate staff resources on things that have demonstrable today immediate results.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you. I have to say I'm stunned and a little bit sickened that we're the #1 saturated city in our state. I don't even really know how to process that information. I mean, more than San Francisco, more than San Diego. We'd rather be #1 in the arts and the environment, but to be like the drunkest city in America, that really sort of hurt my heart to hear a young person refer to our city that way. However, I don't think that restaurants are the main problem, but I realize that's the only arena that we have to have local control, possibly. I'm not exactly satisfied at this discussion that we've really laid out every option available to us that we might consider. I definitely want to limit liquor stores and drinking in parking lots, and that's visible. You can drive by and see that. The teens know where to get alcohol, and I'd be really in favor of putting a lot more funding behind enforcement in that, and just in general underage accessibility to alcohol. I'm also really concerned about our non-retail uses. I know that those are places where a tasting room or a microbrewery, children and teens can attend with their families with music, and that's a whole nother level that isn't even being counted in these numbers. So I think with this, I feel like this is the beginning of the discussion. I'm not sure at this point that limiting on sale with restaurants that are trying to be open, frankly, I'd rather that every place that served alcohol was a restaurant and continue to serve food. I find that far less troubling than a bar that stays open and isn't serving food, or even a cheese plate or some nuts. I think that's far more dangerous. I would like more information about the aggravated assaults what is the source of those? Is that people sitting outside of liquor stores on Haley Street and you know, the sale of alcohol to people who are already way beyond the pale, inebriated, and that kind of thing? What we could be doing in enforcement with the markets selling of alcohol. But I don't think it's enough for us to say this is how we make our money and this is how our city is, so that's who we are. I think we have a really serious alcohol problem. We have street violence issues, whether they're trending up or down. I'd like them to continue to trend even further down, and what we could be doing. So I think my recommendation would be to keep the conversation open, to come back with as many recommendations as possible beyond just the on sale. I know we're looking at off sale, off site also, but also what we can do to regulate more for the markets and drinking and parking lots, and really looking at what we can do with our ordinances to support that. I don't at this point see that a restaurant that is serving food between midnight to 2 a.m. is really the main source of the problem. That's all I have.
Very good. Mr. Friedman.
So I agree with my colleagues. I think they spoke eloquently. It is interesting for those who were here earlier when we had the library, plaza, and the museum contract. There was a compromise that was formed. And I think this is something where a compromise is in order at some point. However, as I look at it today, there's two options. The slide happens to be up, is to maintain the status quo. And from what I'm hearing from public comment and those who've contacted me before, is nobody is really happy with the status quo. Well, the only way to change that is to, as I understand it, there's other options, but the way I understand it tonight is to move forward and explore a potential CUP, conditional use permit, to allow the restaurants to stay open till the same as other restaurants. Because I also feel there is an inequity in that sense, where new restaurants are playing by a different set of rules than pre-existing restaurants. And I think there were some valid points made on the implications of that, because it's not just you stop serving at 12. It's when you back it up, it could be 10:45, 11, depending on where you're at. I just don't feel the status quo is, nobody wants that, is the way I take it. So in regards to the issue of youth drinking that came up today, I think the off sale is the biggest contributor to that, and we will be addressing that through the ordinance committee. My personal preference would be that we include would include a modification to that, is to send a conditional use permit to the ordinance committee focusing on new restaurants only, because my understanding, and speaking with our staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Casey, is if we limit it to that, it could be incorporated into that where it was that limitation. Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to add extra time to the off sale. If that was the case, we need to do the off sale as soon as possible. Because what a CUP would do, and I think Mr. Birdie talked about having a set of rules, and I think a CUP would establish a set of rules that if you're getting into the business of a new restaurant, you would know what those are up front, and you can choose at the beginning when you're exploring whether to do it, that these are the rules you're going to go by. I think also if we are looking ahead to having housing downtown, having that extra ability for new restaurants that come in, would be to have those extra public safety issues they would address that our chief and Mr. Wagner, such as enhanced security, such as enhanced lighting in some of these areas. So I don't think there's a vote today to do that, but that would be my preference. If my other colleagues who haven't opined, we'll see where they're at. But I'm not going to make a motion at this time because I haven't heard from the other ones.
So the question then to Mr. Casey is, would it take a whole lot of staff time to create a CUP program for restaurants that want to serve alcohol past 12 midnight?
Madam Mayor, council members, I think there's unanimous agreement that we need to move on the off-sale liquor licensing. That
Yeah.
was your direction. I said we would get to it once the staff team finished up the marijuana regulations, which we are, so we're ready to go on that. Laser focus just on that probably moves that forward as quickly as possible. If you carve out just a fairly focused scope of new restaurant licensing CUP process that's similar to the type of process you'd be looking for the off sale, we think you could package those together, and there's some logic to doing that. Does that slow down the off sale? Probably a little bit, but not dramatically.
Okay, that's a clear answer. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see the dangers of what type of culture that we're fostering by how much alcohol is kind of celebrated in our community. It might be a surprise to some of you, but I've actually worked as a bouncer downtown in the past, and I've seen it firsthand, of what drinking can do, and also how police officers are kind of in a way. I mean, they don't take the oath to serve and protect with the thoughts of babysitting drunk college kids downtown who are defecating themselves and vomiting. But it seems like that's kind of like what they're doing most of the time, unfortunately. But I also, I know from working downtown that's a lot of jobs it's providing to people who don't have college degrees, to people who are having a hard time being able to live here. So those are the kind of jobs that they can get, is working at a bar. So it's really tough, and I agree with my fellow council members that I'd like to have more of a discussion and more information about the pros and cons about this. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Dominguez?
A few comments, but I also want to play a video on the projector. Is it possible to set up the overhead so I can use my phone? So maybe zoom, I don't know, down or up all the way. So I think it's important that we look at the crime data and the concentration of outlets and figure out if there is a connection or what the connection might be, and do what we can to enforce existing law. I think we have a lot of tools on the books that we're not taking advantage of, and it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of time writing new laws to punish people who aren't causing harm if we're ignoring the serious neighborhood disruption that's taking place. I favor more enforcement in general, having more police officers all around our town, and I think it's good policy. They prevent violent crime, property crime, alcohol-related crime, all crimes. So I want to really focus on that, having more uniforms out there. At the same time, you could go now to Ortega Park and Milpas and probably make 5 arrests for drinking in public or drunk in public, someone lying in the street. And so we need to enforce that. So in terms of where our priorities should be, and we're already spending a ton of our resources doing that. I can't remember what the number is. 60, 70% is related to vagrancy or homeless calls. Do you know the numbers off the top of your heads? Do you remember, Madam?
I don't. I'm wondering, do you go for the status quo, or what?
Well,
if you would.
I wouldn't characterize it with either of those. We have the January 2017 direction that is waiting staff resource time. And then we have, I'm not sure exactly how we characterize the status quo in terms of making recommendations to ABC, but I want it to be clear, predictable, and transparent so that people can make decisions. And then I also want to look at the data, do a much deeper dig than what they've been able to do so far. And I think you guys have the capacity to look a little deeper. Is that correct, Mr. Wagner or Chief Lunel?
We would appreciate further direction on the type of data you'd like us to data mine.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council Member, if I could just clarify that. If you recall, this is two council member memos.
Right.
And we don't do a lot of staff work just based upon direction of 2 council members. So we're looking for council direction. If you'd like us to prioritize certain data collection over other work efforts, we're happy to do that. That's why we're here, is to get your policy direction from a workload standpoint about where to spend your staff resources.
Right. And it does seem like some of this research could have been done before this hearing, if this was the focus we were going to.
This is a video I took this morning. How do I get it to start over? Biking into work. So this is on Quarantina. And so there's a guy here who just pops his beer open right in front of me and says good morning. Very friendly. So you can see shopping carts, a bunch of bikes, furniture, bulky items that could be picked up. You know, we're 2 blocks from Marburg here, so it seems like they might be able to be called in. This is the opposite side of the street. So workers from several establishments were walking in the street because they couldn't walk on the sidewalk, and you could see there's a bunch of cars along the sidewalk, and then there's a lot of industrial traffic. So people who are forced to walk in the street are dealing with this commercial traffic. So this is the type of problem I think we should really be hyper-focused on.
Okay. Well, your videos are illustrative and, you know, showing us a bunch of problems that we're dealing with in the city of Santa Barbara. So thank you. But if we could contain our conversation, staff has given us some information. We have a structure here to look at. If you want to make comments, deliberative comments, Mr. Dominguez to...
So I have a question of staff. So what could we do now to address the concerns of the council members and constituents in regards to the fine dining in the restaurants?
During my administration here, we attempted to have voluntary compliance. We had a establishment that we were able to work with the establishment's owner to come up with soundproof windows, to come up with lighting, to come up with security and other design techniques so that business would not disproportionately affect nuisance-related activity. We were full steam ahead, and the attorney that represented the business was able to see that the ABC would not enforce that, and then they reneged on that. So that is sort of a forecast of that we don't have the tools necessary to embed these minimalist conditions to ensure that there won't be a problem in the future. The police department is supportive of a toolbox that provides a window to being open until 2 a.m. for whatever it is. But we are not afforded the opportunity with certainty to know that business won't be a problem in the future because our voluntary route, we were gutted.
So what efforts have you taken to work with ABC to get them to come to the city and do more compliance work?
Yeah, there's only 3 ABC officers for 7,600 licenses. I personally have applied for a $90,000 overtime grant as well as a $20,000 overtime grant to which the ABC has rejected. They've rejected that because the need is so great in other municipalities. So we reach out regularly, but the ABC is sorely underfunded as well. ABC is an enterprise fund, so they only exist because of the fees they're able to collect, and they only can have a number of officers accordingly. So we work with the ABC regularly, but when it comes to other conditions that we'd like to be able to embed in the state license, because we don't have a way to embed them here at our city, they reject regularly because that responsibility is not clearly defined in the Alcoholic Beverage Control Act. If there's not an avenue to where it exists in the Act, like soundproof windows or lighting or security or a number of design techniques. If it doesn't exist in the ABC Act, to the ABC, it doesn't exist at all. So if we had the capability of embedding a condition some way into a local document, we would be able to reward the good actors, the Michelin-rated restaurants, with a closing time that met their business model. But because we don't have the tools in our toolbox, we don't have the capability of doing that.
So I hear a couple of opportunities in what you're saying. So if I can try to unravel, because it's a very long, comprehensive answer. Thank you. So in terms of ABC, is this something we should add to our legislative committee and try to get Sacramento maybe to move the needle, work with our local legislators?
I've been working on this for 15 years. I would tell you that moving the needle with the alcohol beverage control would nearly be an act of God. It's not going to change at the ABC level. We're not going to have any relief by going a state route.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Dominguez, I'm hearing that they're looking for a tool, and the CUP might be that tool. Mr. Friedman has expressed support for that. I know I support it. Councilmember Snedden is nodding her head. I haven't had a chance to deliberate yet. But is that what you're talking about? A CUP would talk about lighting, security, what did you say, windows?
So we could do that. We could do that through zoning.
Potentially not moving your tables after midnight, ensuring that the kitchen stays open. Many of these establishments close their restaurant. They close their restaurant portion, the food portion, at 9 o'clock, and then they change their business model because the ratio of food to alcohol is so much more profitable after midnight.
Understood. And I did hear Mr. Casey say that developing a simple CUP program would be possible to add that to the off-sale ordinance we're bringing without too much of a tax on our workload.
Or Madam Mayor, the council is clearly interested in this subject, and your community is clearly interested in the subject. It would not be unduly burdensome for us to bring back a report, a comprehensive report on sale when we bring the off-sale regulations. Then you could have a better framework to try and understand who's going to be harmed, who's going to be hurt. I will say, in my experience, it is not the fine dining that is affected by these regulations. So, not to be cavalier about it, that's it's not a real concern in my experience.
Okay, and you're hearing from us that we do want to provide some relief, perhaps through a CUP or another mechanism, to restaurants. Or am I putting words in your mouth?
Not at all. I am suggesting that if you wish to move forward without making a policy commitment, an assignment to us to report back on these on-sale permitting systems would be appropriate.
Okay.
So my concern is just in the meantime. This is really related to in the meantime. What can we do to provide relief in the meantime until we've seen the evidence, made some decisions?
Right now, a tool does not exist.
Say that again?
There is not a tool that exists to protect the locality from not disproportionately affecting nuisance-related activity with the tide of alcohol licenses coming in.
Okay.
So when you say there's not a tool, can you sit down with the restaurant community and talk to them and work through some of these issues? Like, for example, the sound design. I know one of the applicants is in a non-residential area.
We tried to do that. When we tried to do that, we had an agreement with the business owner. The attorney told the business owner that the ABC would not enforce that, and the business owner reneged on the voluntary conditions that we worked on with the business owner. I fear that if we continue to put ourselves in that position, we won't be on a firm footing to ensure our oath and allegiance to the taxpayer.
Well, I guess to be more direct, it seemed like things were working, and now for the last year, they're not working, according to some segments of the community. So maybe I should address the chief, how you're interpreting this, and if there's a way to roll things back temporarily to what people were more happy with and felt was working.
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm saying I believe we've reached a point that we need more tools to be able to provide for public safety. And that's where we are. So I think we've reached a saturation point in the city, and we have sat down with many restaurants and bars before and tried to work to those solutions, but we're at a point where we just, because of some of the actions from our state, we don't feel we can do anymore.
So even given it seems the council's unanimous in not seeing it that way, you don't feel we're looking at the fine dining part of this? And I'm exclusively focusing on that at this point. I'm not
Madam
getting
Mayor,
into the on sale.
Councilmember Dominguez, when an alcohol license gets issued, we have no control to, if, for example, the operations fail and they change their operations, we have no ability to rescind that offer of a license or control it. And from my experience, unfortunately, I've seen it happen too often where I don't feel comfortable extending with our current crime trends and what we see going on, going beyond that. And yes, we've taken a pretty hard stance because we're looking at it from our ability to control and the public safety perspective.
Which trends specifically are you referring to?
Are aggravated assaults increasing?
So the slide showed it was decreasing, if I understood the dialogue.
Those were our calls for service, I believe you were referring to.
Okay.
Mr. Dominguez, there's other lights on. I think people want to jump in on the discussion that we've been having.
Well, this is kind of the elephant in the room, but I'm happy to defer to other people.
Ms. Sneddon, you've had your light on for a while, and then Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. What I'm hearing is that the way that we could let restaurants know that they could stay open until 2 a.m. is if we had a CUP that everybody was playing by the same rules, and then only if they were bad actors or there was a problem that then it would be an issue. So I'm actually now really in favor of considering the off sale along with the on sale when that comes back, particularly because it doesn't sound like it's too much of a burden to add that in, because I like local control, I like regularity, I like restaurant owners to know what to expect. I would like restaurant owners to be open until 2 a.m. I'd much rather a restaurant serving food can stay open, and I would like to reward that. And I think this is the way to get there, and I do like local control. So, Councilmember Friedman, if you did make that motion, I would happily second it. And as far as council direction, I really would like to keep the high priority looking at the off sale, what we're doing there for enforcement and what we can be doing for the markets and on the streets. And that's all I wanted to say.
Madam Councilmember, to reiterate what you just had suggested, there's nothing that the city can control, that the restaurant that you have in your mind's eye will continue to serve food past 2 o'clock. The police department would champion such a case to where we could regulate that the business was required to keep their kitchen open until 2 o'clock.
Yes.
It doesn't exist now.
And that is, we could get there with the conditional use permit if we consider that. So I would be in support of that.
Okay. Mr. Friedman?
So I'll make the motion. But first, I just want to say when the chief tells us that we need more tools, and this is a public safety issue, and I'm going to listen to the chief on this one. And I think she and her department are out there every day, and they're looking at this. And so I'm going to make the motion also because right now, if we don't do this, then the alternative is the status quo, which means that we don't have local control. Restaurants are only open till midnight. And so I'm going to make the motion that we directed to ordinance to develop for new restaurants a CUP and to allow them to look at the CUP
I think what I heard was to direct, staff is coming back with off-sale.
Right.
They can look at on-sale alternatives, including a CUP. Is that broad enough or good enough, Mr. Kawan?
Yes, well, we'll produce a research report on what on-sale programs can look like. And that means distinguishing between a 300 square foot taqueria and a fine dining restaurant at the waterfront.
So my question to staff is, would you prefer in case of workload, to do that report, it's a two-step process, it seems to me, to have that research and then you come back again at a later date and then we'd have to allocate resources, or just go forward with a limited CUP in conjunction with the off-sale? So it would tighten up that time frame so you wouldn't have to come back a second time.
I can't speak to that without conferring with the police. Don't underestimate the amount of work that's involved. It is a significant amount of work to look at on sale. That's why I think the council would benefit from a research report. You could narrow this down to something that maybe is more manageable than immediately starting citywide with all on sale, which is...
Okay, so that would be the motion then, is to do the research on the on sale and come back to as part of the ordinance, and we get that off sale. So we do the research on the on sale in conjunction at the same time as the off sale.
And that's a second from Councilmember Snedden. Mr. Gutierrez, your light's on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry if you've already answered this question, but those numbers that you showed, those are including holidays, correct?
Can you tell me what numbers, and I'll go to the slide.
Sorry, the numbers of the calls and the assaults.
Yes.
So if you were to exclude those holidays and just get the everyday average of assaults and calls, do you know that number, or would you be able to provide that number?
I would have to speak with my data people to see if we're capable of extracting or omitting specific days. I can't speak to our ability to do that until I speak with the data people.
Thank you. I'm just worried that we obviously have holidays that are very drink heavy. So I'm afraid that they'll skew the numbers overall when you do the ratios. And also I'm afraid of what these kind of restrictions, how they would affect those days of the year for the city. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Hart, your light's on.
Yeah, I understand the need, and I understand the interest of council to go down this path, but this is a big workload. This is a very controversial issue. The idea of having every new restaurant or bar in the city of Santa Barbara go through some variation on a scale that's obviously scalable and tailorable to having a conditional use process is a giant change, public policy wise. And I appreciate the challenge that the chief and the department have about managing this, given bad actors who mess it up for everybody. This is exactly what Councilmember Rouse was talking about earlier. People who push the envelope, who screw it up for everybody else, then government is compelled to do something. And, this is the moment when government can do too much, too. So I will caution my colleagues. I will not be here to see this work product finished up. But, in the interest of having a very small number of fine dining restaurants open beyond midnight, we are going to open a can of worms where every restaurant in the city of Santa Barbara potentially is subject to a tens or $15,000 worth of process, potentially licensing on an annual basis, all these kinds of things. Now that is an extreme version, may not end up there. This may be very different, may be much more sensitive, to Santa Barbara and our circumstances. And I know the staff will do their best to make that happen. But, there are people in the community who have an agenda, who want to make things difficult in this regard. And this is not an easy, slippery slope to stop on. So I would just, from my experience, No one is happy with conditional use permits. They are lightning rods for community contentiousness, and be careful what you ask for. I'm going to be voting no on the motion.
Mr. Hart, I hate disagreeing with you, and you're so passionate, but I'm convinced by the statistics. If you would go back to the slide that had the 82, the 389, 146, and 82, that I believe we are saturated, and I believe it's causing a public safety challenge for our law enforcement. We don't even have the fire department here to talk to us about the paramedic response. So I will vote for looking at a conditional use permit. That way these folks can get the permission to serve after 12 midnight. That might not be what you came for, but that's an opportunity for you to get what you're looking for, because it gives security to the community that there is going to be a security guard there, or a control on sound and noise and lighting. So we're going to agree on something else before you leave, Mr. Hart, but on this one we will disagree. Mr. Dominguez, I think we're getting ready to vote. Did you have one more thing to say?
Yeah, so I'd like to work into the motion, maybe via friendly amendment, again, how to deal with it in the interim, because it could be a year or two before we get something. And I hate, and it seems vague, but it seems like we've drawn a line in the sand that Santa Barbara will build no new fine restaurants after 2017. Yeah. That we're not going to allow entrepreneurs to build a restaurant and have a liquor license to serve past midnight. We a couple months ago had to deal with a restaurant on Coast Village Road that had to appeal to go from a black awning to a dark green awning. And we've had, not exactly let me finish my sentence, please, yeah. Madam Mayor, please don't interrupt. We've had this chamber filled several times this year with groups of people saying that this is not a business-friendly city. And you know what? The buck stops up here at this desk. And right now we have people in the room saying, we want to go back to the way it used to be until you can provide data that show that there's reason for a change. It's not business-friendly. The downtown Santa Barbara, almost 2 years ago, paid for a report. And one of the major findings of the report is that Santa Barbara needs more restaurants, specifically around Paseo Nuevo. Do you remember that part of the report? Mr. Casey, you remember that being one of the findings? And the thing is, restaurants need to be able to sell alcoholic beverages to survive. That's just one of the facts for a certain type of restaurants, particularly fine dining. So for us to not allow them to sell past a certain hour, and I understand the saturation, but if that's the problem, this isn't the solution. Saturation says you have too many licenses in a census tract. Well, the solution there is to not give out any more licenses. And so that's something we should study and look at. If that's the role, or if that's the goal of this council, that should be agendized and talked about. But changing the hours is not going to affect saturation, particularly out of off-sale. So can I make a friendly amendment to the motion? So you can
ask Councilmember Friedman, since he made the motion, or you can make a substitute motion and see if you get a second.
What's your friendly amendment?
To have the city's policy to have a very strong preference for 1 o'clock as the stopping time.
So before I answer that, this gets back to the question I asked at the beginning of the hearing for Mr. Colon, is whether or not we as a council can make that call, because that's my whole line of thinking from the start of this hearing up to how I came to make that motion, is that we have two alternatives, and this is the way I read it, and if I'm wrong, I want to know ahead of time if I'm reading it wrong, is we have the status quo, which our public safety and our police is saying 12 o'clock. We up here cannot dictate otherwise, because it would be a violation of the city charter to do so. So the only other path to meet the needs of the restaurants that want to stay open later is to go down this path that I made the motion for. Now, if my thinking somewhere along that line has changed, I want to know about it before I vote on it, because that is this whole discussion and where we are now is the precise reason I asked that question on whether or not we can make the call that Councilmember Dominguez is asking us to do right now.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I read earlier from section 607 of the charter. I don't want to belabor the point, but when cities came out of the really populist rebellion in the early 20th century, they tried to imitate corporations. And our charter in Santa Barbara is like those in many California cities. The council is strictly forbidden from giving directions to anyone that works for the city administrator. So unfortunately, perhaps, I say perhaps because it's a political question, you're not in a position to direct the police chief. You may hire or fire the city administrator or myself, but you can't order a member of staff to take certain actions. You can enact legislation, and I'd be happy to look at whether you could do a resolution establishing policy, something short of an ordinance, one reading. But you can't do it just with a minute motion directing the chief. And obviously, given the way the national stage is, you can see the problem with having the top elected officials being able to direct enforcement staff.
Okay, good answer.
So based on that, I mean, it's pretty clear it's the city charter that's guiding this discussion, so I'm going to say no to the friendly amendment.
Okay.
Could the friendly amendment, Mr. Kalan, be to come back with an ordinance to affect that?
Yes.
Okay, that's my friendly amendment.
So can you restate the amendment that you're requesting?
Mr. Kalan, do you want to restate it in a way that you feel comfortable?
Well, I understood two parts. I understood Councilmember Friedman's motion as seconded by Councilmember Sneddon to have us researching on-sale permit systems and bringing that research back when we come to the Ordinance Committee and Council for action on the off-sale ordinance. The second part that I heard from Councilmember Dominguez would be to direct us to bring back an ordinance that would establish a restaurant closing time and
a very strong preference.
A strong preference, yeah. And I apologize for not getting the hour. You'll have to restate that if you have a specific
1 a.m.
1 a.m. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm not prepared to have an ordinance come back at that time, but what I would accept is understanding this more, getting more information on the implications of that in conjunction with the report you're going to be on the CUP. So it all comes back to us as informational, and then we'll have the option to decide, do we want to do just an ordinance of a certain closing time, or do we want to do a CUP or both?
And Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, that would be helpful. I cannot say with certainty that the ABC will buy this strategy. I want to run it by them. I think it's lawful, and I think it meets our statutory or is authorized by your statutory rights, but I'm not positive.
So all the more reason to bring it all back as informational at the same time rather than directing any ordinances at this point. So if you're okay with that, I'm willing to accept the friendly amendment.
Oh, I thought you were rejecting the friendly amendment.
No, I'm saying bring it back as informational if
Okay.
he's willing to accept it as informational rather than bringing it back as an ordinance.
Okay.
So technically bringing it back for action, but we would have the option at that point of not moving forward. But it would be
No,
an
not
action.
for action, for information. An
Right.
informational item. There would be no action at that point. It would be all of it. The CUP, the ordinance would all be informational, and then we would decide at that time whether or
to
not
take
we want to
action.
go for the hard close or the closing time or the CUP or both.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon and Mr. Gutierrez have their lights on.
Okay, I'm thoroughly have lost track there. I was interested at the first part of your discussion, Councilmember Dominguez, about what happens in the interim, and I don't feel that the 1 a.m. or what we finally wound up with there addresses that. So I had a question: if in the interim restaurants are have a license until midnight or whatever it is, then if it went to conditional use and then it was able to be until 2 a.m., would those who came in at midnight be able then to extend to 2 a.m., or are they sort of
they would be able to reapply through whatever land use mechanism is available to ask for a extension. It's a $100 permit to ask for a change to your condition at the alcoholic beverage control. I can't speak to the cost at the city.
So in the interim, it would be status quo until we make further decisions on that.
Yeah, and some of us are okay with that. So we're going to force a vote pretty soon.
Yes. Was the friendly amendment accepted?
Can I just
Because
comment
I'm
on the
not
status
accepting
quo?
it as the seconder. So
And I just wanted to check on, when you say status quo, Councilmember Sneddon, are you referring to the post-2017 midnight status quo, or what most restaurants have been operating under, which is?
I'm talking about today, status quo with our current chief and our current configuration until we have the research back, until we have the full discussion.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Was food trucks, food vendors brought into this at all?
No, sir, that's a different license. That is sort of like a catering permit, most likely, but it would not be included in on sale or off sale. That would be like a specialty license.
Okay, thank you.
You had something else, Ms. Sneddon, or you?
I do. I'm sorry. I'm confused at this point. So was your amendment that in the meantime, restaurants,
we can't do any meantime. That's not within our power.
That's not in our power, and that's what I understand. Okay.
So in the meantime, until Mr. Kalan can bring back an ordinance for an informational or action agenda item, at that point, the council could or could not vote on the ordinance to establish 1 o'clock as the strong preference for the city.
So that would be an ordinance.
If that took a month or 8 months, it would eat into the meantime until the actual CUP process was either adopted or not. So we could also prioritize the ordinance. I think that's probably pretty simple. Mr. Kalan could speak to how much staff time it would take to do that ordinance.
Well, I want to be careful here because I did hear the maker of the motion accept the amendment as friendly only to the extent it asked for research and not direction to come back with an ordinance. So I don't want to get in between your conversation.
That's what I heard too. So if you would restate the motion, I think we should take a vote.
Just to be clear, we have not heard the seconder agree to that friendly amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. So, Ms. Sneddon?
No, and I don't agree to it.
Do we need to repeat it?
No, I don't second it.
Okay, then let's see if someone else will second it and move things along. So, Mr. Kalan, you had a handle on it. What was it?
I heard 3 parts. I heard that we would research on-sale permit systems and come back with that research when we bring the off-sale ordinance to the ordinance committee and council. I heard a motion, or rather an effort to gain a friendly amendment that would have us also come back with an ordinance establishing a 1 a.m. close time for certain restaurants. I heard the maker of the motion, Councilmember Friedman, say that he would accept as a friendly amendment only to the extent that the report coming back would be for information only about closing times and no ordinance. And then I heard Councilmember Sneddon refuse to second the friendly amendment that either Councilmember Dominguez or Councilmember Friedman suggested. So we have a two-part motion on the floor right now, and that's research on sale and come back with that research when we bring off sale.
So you don't want to second it anymore, and the friendly amendment part you don't want to second?
I'll be honest, the friendly amendment to me, if it's not coming back for action, it's putting an ordinance before we have the research, although I would like restaurants to be able to stay open until 1 a.m. until we come come up with our ordinance. So I'm not sure how we get there. I think in the meantime, it would be nice not to have this midnight restriction until we know what our ordinance is, but I'm unclear about how to get there.
So do you want to, for the friendly amendment, do you want it to come back as an ordinance we could vote on? To extend it till 1 o'clock?
I think yes.
Okay, I'll accept it. I'll accept it then. It got too complicated. I'll accept that.
Okay, and I'll second.
Which goes back to your original so we could vote on an ordinance for extending the hours.
And I would want to make it clear that to me the priority still is off-sale ordinance, that's where I think the effort should be.
Well, I think we're making the rest of it a priority too. So are there any comments to the motion? You know, I'm not going to be voting for it. I trust our chief and the police department, and I'm sorry to disappoint people, but they've made a compelling argument. The data make a compelling argument that for safety reasons and for community benefit, it should be midnight. So let's go ahead. We are not taking heckling from the audience, sir. We're taking a roll call vote. Ms. Gorman.
Can I make a comment?
No, I think we need to vote, Mr.
So my
Dominguez,
comment is, I trust the chief. I just want to say that I trust the chief with all of my soul and body, but it's not a matter of trusting the chief. This is just a policy decision. It's a spectrum. We could eliminate all alcohol in Santa Barbara. Well, you please don't interrupt me. My light is on, and I
I'm going to withdraw my friendly amendment if you don't adhere to the rules of order of the council, Councilmember Dominguez.
My light is on, and I'm speaking. How is that violating a rule?
The mayor has said no, and I will withdraw my acceptance of the friendly amendment unless you adhere to the proper rules and procedures of the council. This isn't the first time you've done that.
You don't want me to speak?
That's a good point. You know,
I'm asking you to work with the mayor on proper rules and procedures.
Right. I just wanted to say that I express my full confidence in our chief of police, but this is a council policy decision. This is what we were elected to do. And if you think it's too unsafe in the city because of alcohol, that's something you guys should state.
So we need to vote now. And Mr. Friedman was generous and collegial to allow the friendly amendment, and there was some abuse of that collegial spirit. I'm voting. I already said I'll be voting against it. So let's take a roll call, please.
I'm going to restate the motion into the record, if I may here.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've motion by Councilmember Friedman, second by Councilmember Snedden, to direct staff to research on-sale permit systems and return with that research when staff returns with the off-sale ordinance to the ordinance committee and then to council. This is including a friendly amendment to also return with an ordinance establishing a 1 a.m. close time for certain restaurants. Does that sound correct, everyone? Okay. Councilmember Friedman?
I'm going to pass on this for a second.
Councilmember Dominguez? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Rouse is recused. Councilmember Hart? Yeah. Councilmember Snedden?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
No.
Mayor Murillo?
No.
And then returning to Councilmember Friedman?
No.
Okay. So
the results of that is Councilmember Friedman, no. Councilmember Dominguez, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Rouse recused. Councilmember Hart, no. Snedden, yes. Gutierrez, no. Mayor Murillo, no. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 no's, 2 yeses, 1 recused.
Okay. Mr. Friedman.
So I'm going to go back to the original motion, no friendly amendment, which is to bring it back the informational item on the on sale.
Is there a second to that motion? I'll second it for the purposes of discussion. That's getting us to That's getting us close to where we were going, looking at researching options for on sale, including CUP, which would give folks the opportunity to sell after midnight. It's just not immediate. We're taking the time to look at those issues. Give us a little breathing room. So first and second, any other discussion? Anybody want to jump in? We'll take a roll call vote again.
Okay, so this is the motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Murillo, to direct staff to bring back an information item on sale when staff returns with the research regarding off sale to Ordinance Committee and to Council.
Yep, that sounds good. Thank you, ma'am.
We have a roll call vote on that, and that is Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez? Mayor Pro Tem Rouse is recused. Councilmember Hart?
No.
Councilmember Snedden?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
No.
And Mayor Murillo?
Yes. So that was a no from you, Mr. Gutierrez? Okay. I think we need to take a break. That was 3-3.
And what was the count of the vote before?
Just to confirm, on the previous vote, Councilmember Friedman, you were a no?
Correct.
Okay, so on the previous vote, there were 4 noes. Councilmembers Friedman, Hart, Gutierrez, Mayor Murillo, yes from Councilmembers Dominguez and Snedden, and recusal from Rouse.
Okay, we're in recess for 5 minutes. Let's take our seats, please. We'll reconvene this meeting October 9th, 2018. And Mr. Hart, you have your light on. Wait, staff isn't ready yet. So, Mr. Casey, if we don't come to an agreement, it just reverts to the status quo, correct? I mean,
correct, and
we're not making any changes.
We'll focus at the Finance Committee on the off sale as your previous direction. We're ready to proceed with that.
You meant Ordinance Committee.
Ordinance Committee, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Hart.
And that's where I started my comments. I think that's there's not a clear consensus here in council tonight. I think so. My recommendation is that we just proceed ahead as the way things are going with the track that we have in place.
Okay, was that a motion?
Well, I don't think it needs a motion to just not do anything.
Okay. Ms. Snedden.
So if we don't do anything, I just want to be clear, restaurants will continue to be closed at midnight, and that will be the status quo. Is that correct?
I think they can't sell alcohol after midnight, but they can stay open after midnight.
They would also close at midnight. They're
Oh,
one
so
and the same.
close at midnight.
Yeah, if they want the privilege of an alcoholic beverage control license, the alcoholic beverage control would have them close at midnight.
And has,
Forgive me, I don't want to misstate. I would probably need to look that up now that I think about that. It is possible that they could stay open without service of alcohol.
and is there any interest on the council for restaurants to be able to stay open past midnight? I'm not sure that I've read our votes.
Yes, there was support for doing it through the conditional use permit process.
May I make a motion to bring the conditional use process for information back to council or to ordinance committee?
You've made the motion. I'm waiting for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, so a second from Mr. Gutierrez. Any other commentary, Ms. Sneddon?
I would really like restaurants to be able to stay open. I don't identify them as the main problem, and I see the pathway for that is through conditional use
The CUP.
permitting, but also through hearing a report back on what that actually looks like.
Okay, Mr. Hart?
Yeah, I understand the interest and the hope and the aspiration of that, but you are pulling in every restaurant to achieve what you're trying to achieve. For the very small number of restaurants that are serving food beyond 12 o'clock, you are potentially pulling in every restaurant into a city-regulated conditional use permit process that would require, them to conform to a whole series of specific items, that is subject to public hearings, that has an enormous cost in time and uncertainty, that it has to be balanced in our minds to achieve what we're talking about. That is the public policy question that we're having here today, is how much additional regulatory intervention are we going to have on people who are trying to operate businesses in order to solve this very isolated small problem of a handful of restaurants that want to operate after 12 o'clock and serve alcohol.
But is that accurate, Mr. Casey? Would it just be for new restaurants? Would it affect all the restaurants that are open now?
All new restaurants, potentially. Well, you can answer it. Go ahead.
No, ultimately it'll be up to council as to what comes out with the options that you're looking at. Tonight, I'm envisioning it's only on new restaurants, and it could be such that a CUP is only required if you desire to stay open after midnight. Those are just some of the things that you could discuss, and so that's why I think if you ask us to look at it, we can bring back some of those options.
And we don't know until it comes back.
And that's all true, and Mr. Casey's right, and you're right, but it also, we are going to be faced with the question of, okay, what about the bad operators now who are breaking the rules, who can't be controlled? How are we going to regulate them? Okay. That will mean that we will be forced to open the question about do we extend the CUP regulation to existing bad actor restaurants and operators? And that's really what the problem is we have existing folks who are not being reasonable in our community.
Okay, we know where you're coming from.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just clarify with the motion, there was a second. The motion, I think you said to full council and ordinance committee. Just wanted to clarify that I imagine you want to send it to ordinance committee.
I would like to send it to ordinance unless there was some objection to that. And it's just for information. I think we don't know what this is until we see it written out.
Okay, so first and second, Mr. Dominguez to the motion, please.
And so other aspects of a CUP, depending how they're written, the applicant has to come back to the Planning Commission, and I don't know if it's reapply or if that's the right verb, I'm drawing a blank, but they have to come back. So there's an affirmative step they have to make, which is part of the reason it's more regulated than if it's just you apply once and you have it until you are enforced upon for breaking the rules. So, but we also have an intermediary standard, so it's not as simple as just it's a black and white, we can do a CUP or nothing, and that's the issue. It's not just that there's two choices, there's a pretty big spectrum of things we can do as a city. And there's the deemed approved aspect, which we haven't gotten into yet, which we did mention with the off-sale issue that we voted on in January of 2017. So the other issue is Mr. Wagner talked about how many licenses have been issued in the last couple of years, and it's kind of boomed. But then again, the economy's boomed for 9 years. We've seen that with residential and commercial permits as well. It's just spiked incredibly. So what happens if this does go forward? There's a CUP or some type of process that's only added to new restaurants. So one, if the economy does slow down and we see a drop off in new restaurants, is this going to really kill that segment of restaurants? So then the only ones who will have licenses are the ones who are existing now. So that means we won't have any way to encourage new restaurants to be built in town. And so that my only concern is that's damaging to our economy as a tourist economy if we're disincentivizing new restaurants, disincentivizing old buildings with old restaurants where people want to put in a new restaurant. You've seen businesses like Sojourner go out of business, Aldo's, because I think they got to a certain point where they hadn't done continuing improvements to their restaurants. So it was old enough where they had to make a major rehab. And they just decided to forego it because of the cost of rebuilding in Santa Barbara. So this just adds an extra burden at probably the wrong time in the business cycle.
Okay.
And it's not prioritizing the offsite, which I think is really the problem.
Okay, so I'll be voting for the motion. I think some restaurants are going to come forward. They won't want to stay open till midnight at all, right? They're serving dinner, they close. So it's not going to destroy our economy, I think. If there's no other discussion, I don't see any other lights. Would you repeat the motion?
Can I just add in one thing I forgot? So, and the thing about midnight is, as Mr. Wagner said, that they tend to stop serving then at 11:30. And I'm not sure if that's the rule or just the custom to prevent themselves from breaking the rule.
Yeah, normally if a restaurant is told by the ABC to stop serving at midnight, in order to not run afoul of state law, they normally would have last call at 11:30. I would say there's a distinction for bottle service in that you can take your bottle home. Okay. You can keep it on your possession, take it home. Cork it and take it home.
So particularly on events like New Year's Eve or midnight events, that does pose a problem.
Special event permit is available via the city and the ABC.
Okay. So, Ms. Clerk.
Do we have a second on this motion? Gutierrez. Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez, to provide staff direction to bring information about the COP process for on sale back to the ordinance committee and then to council if appropriate. Does that sound right? Okay. Councilmember.
Mr. Kalan had a comment.
Yeah, or really a question, and at 5:59, believe me, I'm hesitant. I understood the direction to apply to new restaurants only. One of the things that I want to get across is that in my experience, having the ability to go after existing restaurants that are breaking the rules is very important, because what happens is they usually don't start breaking the rules until they're financially distressed and changing formats. So they'll go in and double the size of the dance floor kind of thing. So when you say new, I would still want to report back to you on substantial changed conditions that make a nuisance worse. Is that within the motion?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you.
And Mr. Gutierrez, are you okay as the seconder on that?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we understand the motion, and we might have a couple of no's, but if we get to 4, it passes, and if it doesn't, it's status quo, if I've got that right. Okay.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez. No. Mayor Pro Tem Rouse is recused. Councilmember Hart. No. Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Yes.
That carries 4-2 with no's from Councilmember Dominguez and Councilmember Hart. Mayor Pro Tem Rouse is recused.
Mr. Casey, did you need anything else on this item? So we're going to close this item, and we have another, staff communicate, or rather, council member communications on activities or liaison assignments that they've participated in. Councilmember Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you. I attended CCRB, the Kachuma Conservation Release Board. On October 16th, there will be a meeting with NIMPS and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and CCRB staff and downstream interests. And the meeting is to discuss the new proposed action. We also decided that there'd be one per calendar year per agency opportunity for CCRB staff to come and give closed session briefing on any items. And then if we needed more briefing past that, it would be an additional cost. I also attended the Firefighter Stephen J. Masto Valor Award, where Captain Kevin Holcomb, Engineer Matt Gritt, Firefighter Alex Carbo were presented. It was a beautiful ceremony, presented the Valor Award by Summer Corey, who is the young survivor who they rescued. Also attended Fund for Santa Barbara's Bread and Roses event and DSAL ad hoc committee, where we're continuing to discuss our desal plant.
Mr. Hart.
I attended the Science Committee of the Audubon Society talking about local government issues. Also, a number of us were at the Fired Up for Special Olympics event, which was a great success, and celebrating all the Special Olympians. I think most of us were at the Johnson Court, the Housing Authority's groundbreaking for the 813 East Carrillo project, affordable housing project for veterans. And then this morning, Mayor Murillo and I and Councilman Rouse were at the Downtown Organization Board meeting, where they are making progress in their search for a new executive director.
Okay, Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Saturday, I attended in your place the AIA tour, and I should just give the proclamation.
The after party.
The after party. Was there alcohol there? No, I don't want to talk about that. And very well attended, at least 200 or 300 people there. A lot of great energy, a lot of very positive movement. Their biggest ticket sales ever. So, very nice event at our community arts workshop.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. I also attended the Fired Up Special Olympics barbecue, and yesterday I got to attend a ribbon cutting at my old elementary school, Harding School, for their renovation that they did of the auditorium, which is great. I also attended the Bread and Roses event, and those are all really great events that I'm grateful to be invited to. Oh, I also attended the Royal Gala at the
San Marcos High?
Yeah, the San Marcos High fundraiser, which was really fun to see all my old teachers and staff there. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Dominguez.
I also attended the Fired Up Special Olympics, and they had literally rockets in the air. Vandenberg. Sorry. And the ad hoc DSAL committee meeting, the AIA tour, which was amazing. To see the museum that we talked about today from on top of the Granada was just really interesting. And the Senior Expo at the Earl Warren Center.
Mr. Friedman.
Two attended the AIA walking tour, Bread and Roses, and the Special Olympics Fired Up. And thanks to our city and county firefighters for volunteering at that event. We had a lot of our city firefighters there to support it. And special recognition to former Fire Chief Pat McElroy, who gave a really amazing kind of keynote address on what Special Olympics meant to him and his family.
Thanks. And I went to all of those things. And in addition to that, Youth Interactive opened on State Street. And there's an example of a nonprofit with a whole bunch of collaborative agencies and programs taking over a huge retail space. Actually, there was another nonprofit in there before, but it's on State Street. And so something very vital and a lot of foot traffic and people and programs. The Housing Authority had a self-sufficiency ceremony, so people who live in Housing Authority projects or have vouchers, they do become homeowners, or they go to school and get degrees, and so it's really a beautiful ceremony to see how resident services in our Housing Authority help people to achieve and in terms of personal finance, their personal finances. And then I spoke to the Jewish Federation's Women's Division, their Food for Thought luncheon, a bunch of nice ladies, and told them all about what's going on with this city. So thank you. We have a closed session, Madam Clerk.
Item 13, conference with labor negotiator as described in agenda item 13.
We'll adjourn to closed session. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.